everyone doing this morning? Good morning, good morning. Happy Monday. We are back to regular scheduled programming. Everybody liked the live. You only saw Tim and Angela, and they wasn't even on that much. They left room for so many more people to get looked at. Yes, everybody have a fantastic day. Had I thought about it in advance, I might have done the live later, but I didn't. And I said we were going back to regular scheduled programming, so I had to stick to 6:30. Hopefully, people who need the rest today are getting the rest today. The live will be posted on YouTube by this evening, so anybody can watch it if you missed it this morning or if you fall asleep. Apparently it's easy to fall asleep to my voice, which I find that to be a compliment. Everybody like the live, share the live, let everybody know we're here. If you're a member of the team, hit the daily heart me. If not, stick around, and if you see or you hear what you like, join the team. Good morning. It's soothing. I needed a little coffee this morning. I stayed up a little too late. Disturbed one, are you here? She usually comes in a little bit later, so thank you for sending it to more than 10 friends. I found your YouTube. Thank you. 3:30 for me. It's going back to sleep. Yes. Oh, thank you, Jackie D. Yep, trying to get on the FYP. You know that's where I want to be. That is why I ask you to tap so much. I appreciate all the engagement because it helps push us out to the FYP. We're trying to come across people who don't know about us yet and warn them against some of what's going on this app. Because this app is crazy. Let me just tell you. So today, we're going to talk about Miss Sheena, Asia, and her fantastical story, Tim and Angela, and their lives. Windwalker Gypsy Kristen is back with a new skill set. Carla, and her still using God to get money out of people. Miss Fei and her dry begging. Eric, who I talked about some weeks ago, and he's still pulling the same card. Miss Carrie, there's nothing new and exciting with her. It is just that I need to consistently repeat over and over again, she's a scam. Oh, yes. And then we're going to talk about Laura. Now, some of you may be like, why is she there? I'll explain. So, who are we going to start with today? Oh, and then I have an announcement isn't the right word for it, but I have a stance and I want to announce it here, and that's it. Guys, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate them. Oh, I thought it was LU. Sorry. I never seen that name spelled like that before. Crazy. That's when somebody was writing to her yesterday. That's how they spelled it. So that's how I spelled it. But I'll change it in the future if I choose to talk about her. Guys, do me a favor. Every time I change a photo, like the live. It helps keep the live from being taken down. A and B, the engagement pushes us out to the FYP. I do not care what the number is at the end. I just want to be able to maintain the live and get on the it's not the FYP, it's the FYF now. And thank you for the follow. And gifts are appreciated. They are not expected. They are not necessary. They are not mandatory. If you choose to gift, great. If you don't, no problem. If you choose to communicate, great. If you're a silent watcher, no problem. If you are in here and watching, great. If you're in the window watching, even better. Maybe one day you'll come in. Thank you, thank you. All right, who do I want to... Let's start with... So some of you may have come across Eric like I did a few weeks ago. And at first, I thought he was in crisis. Like a legit crisis. FAFO, I know. But I only do 9 a day. Otherwise, I'd be here for 12 hours and cannot do it. Thank you guys. So, I thought he was in true crisis. He talks bad about his mother, bad about his girlfriend, bad about the jobs. He indicates that his mental health is not the best. And I tried to talk to him. Y'all know I try to talk to a scammer, especially if they're new to me, to try to see. Marion, perhaps. But he's not slow either. He realizes that by acting that way, he can get people to send him money. And what he's doing lately is, he was doing it then too, but the last time he wanted to move out, right? He wanted to leave. He said he needed to get away from his mother, that she was his payee, and that she was taking all of his money. She was taking his checks from his job and then not getting him back and forth to work, so he lost the job. I don't know why he couldn't take a bus, but okay. And that his food stamps were going to feed the house, and when it ran out, there wouldn't be any food. He showed his room and talked about how his mother uses his room as like a storage unit with a bunch of clothes in it. And so that initially you feel sorry for him. He talks about how his girlfriend doesn't want him to have female friends because she's afraid of him cheating. And you could tell he's young and dumb because a grown man recognizes that while a woman may be jealous, you can calm that down by doing a lot of reassurance. But they're both young and dumb, let's be honest. And so he just sees it as her problem. It's not his problem. He can't be with her if she's going to be jealous because he's going to have female friends. But I wonder how he would feel if she had male friends. Grand Rising, Lady J. Yeah. So he has a lot of complaints. A lot of reasons why his life isn't going well. Now, in the state of New York, he gets SSI, What did he say? He gets SSI, SSD, and there's a state like SSC or SS like SS. It's not SSD, but there's a Social Security that you can get from the state of New York. So thank you, Mama Bear. So he is getting the maximum of what he can get. He says that his mother is the payee, and he complains about that, but he lives in her home. And so, I don't know, according to him, she doesn't give him jack diddly squat. But when you sit there for a little while, you realize that he has everything he wants. And when you ask him how he obtained those things, he said he bought them for himself. So how can your mother take all your money, but you're able to obtain all of the things that you want and you claim you paid for it? Good morning. Good morning to everybody coming in. Oh, thank you, Kim B. Sometimes you gotta take a break. So within I'd say 15, 20 minutes, the attitude about Eric and him being in a sad state of affairs changed to hair standing up and me thinking this is something else. So the other day he came on, let me see, was it Saturday? I believe it was Saturday. I have so many notes, y'all. I'm sorry. And he had his head covered in a blanket. And I'm like, are you? Did you make a fort with your blanket? Like, why? And literally, he would take his head out. He would look to see if anybody said anything, and he would cover his head again. I don't know if it's Western New York, but it's not in the city. I can't remember. I have it written down where, because he told us. Oh, thank you, Grammy. But it's probably northwest. It's definitely not near the city. And I'm thinking to myself, how childish can you be? That you've covered yourself, and of course my mother, this might have even been Friday night. My mother is kicking me out. She's gonna come in here any moment. I don't have anywhere to go. This, that, and the third. And it was like, I was like, Eric, you said that the last time. Well, it's true this time. It's gonna be any second. Blah, blah, blah. She's mad, and I need to get out of here. And this, that, and the third. And if anybody wants to say anything, they can say it. It was so childish. It was so ridiculous. And yet, he had mods in there who were going along with whatever he said. Y'all don't have any integrity? Y'all don't mind modding for somebody who's an embarrassment? And so I asked him, well, where is your stepmother? Because back when we watched him a couple of weeks ago, his stepmother was actually in the chat, according to him. And when I say stepmother, she was his father's girlfriend before he got locked up. And she said she would take him to Social Security so he could change the payee. I think it was going to be like that Monday or Tuesday morning. So I'm like, well, where is she? Oh, well, she's not in here anymore. I wonder why. Why did she choose to just walk away? Lady, I'm not exactly sure. But those were his words. And because I know he likes to embellish, I'm not sure what he actually has. I'm sure he gets SSI. SSDI, on the other hand, I question. Because he isn't alive long enough to have earned enough work credits to have SSDI. And I mean, he's down and depressed, and his head is covered, and she's going to come in any moment. And then the next morning happens. He does look young. The next morning happens, and he's standing there with his Xbox controller in his hand, playing music and dancing. I think he was getting it from when he was young. I think he's getting it from when he was young. And so I said, well, what a different mood today. I'm happy for you. And he's like, you don't understand my mood. Now, mind you, you know how when you come in, there's the little blurb about the live? His live said, eviction starts today. I thought she was coming in your room last night, sir. No, no. I think it might be on the spectrum, that sort of thing. I don't think it's orphan benefits. But I mean, but no, because he's not that young. He's an adult. He's not a minor. And he lives with his mom, so if the eviction starts today, why are you dancing to music, rapping, doing the absolute most? But then when I'm like, oh, well, it looks like you're in a better mood, it's you don't understand my mood at all. His GoFundMe said 23. Yeah, he's not a minor. I knew he wasn't a minor. Because if he was a minor, he wouldn't be on my page. I don't talk about children. Now, mentally, he might be younger than his age. Emotionally, he definitely acts younger than his age. But my problem is this. People always want to give a pass to somebody who has a disability. But they're smart enough to get on here and manipulate people to get money. They aren't that slow. Good morning. They aren't that slow. They know exactly what they're doing. No, I don't think we should make fun of his actions either, but people shouldn't be giving him money either. He knows exactly what he's doing to get money out of people. 420 friendly, first of all, love your daughter. I am so happy for her. And yes, one thing doesn't mean the other thing can't take place. Lisa, usually when it's that sort of thing, it's SSI. So let me explain some of the differences. Now, there are people who are on SSI and SSDI. That is possible. It's a complicated set of figures, but that's the case for certain people. But in general, if you are born with a disability, you get a disability at a young age, you get SSI. And right now, this year, it's capped at about $967. So whether you are a newborn, a toddler, or 18 years old, or 55 years old, you can get SSI. SSDI is reserved for individuals who have worked enough credits to qualify for SSI based on their work history, so that the amount they receive would be based on what they would get if they were 65 on that day. So you know how Social Security will send you a letter and say, if you were to retire right now, it's this amount, and then 65, whatever that amount is what you'll get in SSDI. Some people have the work credits to get SSDI, but it is not over the $967 amount, so they get SSI as well. So it, in many cases, has to do with, have you worked the required amount of work credits in order to get SSDI. You haven't received one of those letters in a while? Well, they're short staffed now. I'm not sure when you'll get a letter like that again. But that is the baseline difference. That is why someone who has toddlers can have SSI. So when I see an older adult with SSI, that means that in the 10 years prior to them getting it, they did not work the required work credits to qualify for SSDI. You can make a Social Security account and watch it for yourself. Correct, 420, and that's what I mean by the required work credits. You have to put in order to get out. Yes, of course you can do an appeal. But I would say before you file, get an attorney. Bender and Bender are great. Your baby has gotten it since 2, yeah. Like Kiki, her baby twins get it. She gets $18, almost $1,900 a month for her two babies. You do need a lawyer because Social Security will use any and everything against you. They absolutely will. So my problem is this. You come on here every day, you lie about being evicted so that you can get money out of people, and I'm tired of it. And it's time that we call you out. Oh wow, Lady J, I'm sorry to hear that. Make sure you have doctors that can back that up. That's all I'm going to say on that. He can obviously work because he has. He's worked at both Walmart and Target. But now he wants your money. And let's be honest, he's already getting it because he gets SSI. I'm side-eyeing him right now. He's already getting your money. He's getting your pre-tax dollars. And now he wants your after-tax dollars. Eric, grow up. Stop acting like a child. Go back and get a job. Learn how to take the bus so you're not relying on your mother and or her boyfriend to get you back and forth. If you don't want to be in a relationship, break up so she's free to go do her and you do you. But stop getting on TikTok and expecting other people to take care of you. There was another young man I remember that lived with his grandmother, and he would be boo-hoo crying that he was getting kicked out and he needed money and this, that, and the third. And then somebody who knew them called the grandmother and is like, what's going on? So the grandmother comes in and she's like, why are you telling people I'm kicking you out? And he's like, get out, get out, get out, stop it, get out. And I mean, he was bawling. He got caught in that moment. And he wasn't even sure what to do. I don't know if any of y'all saw that. But you remember that? Listen, sir. And that's what I feel about Eric. Good morning. So we'll be here again today to see if he's been kicked out or not. I highly doubt it. Because he's been saying he's going to get kicked out imminently for several weeks. And he actually had like a garbage bag that he was throwing clothes in. And people are like, what are you doing? And he's like, packing. I got to get out, but I don't have anywhere to go. You haven't made a single phone call? Have you called the local shelter, Salvation Army, YMCA? Have you called 211 to find out about resources? And because he has a disability, he may be able to get other services that a regular person can't get. But I bet you he hasn't made any phone calls to determine that. But what he will say is, I know all of the resources. Of course you do. Well, 420, I'm not going to say that, but some are. But just like some adults are. Who's next? She changed her name, y'all, like literally overnight. It was Dutch Gypsy 3, and I think when she realized people were clocking it, she changed it to Dutch Gypsy with a period. Girl, we gonna find you anyway. No, not Tim and Angela yet. But she's back. And her what is it? Thanks to all my haters, I think was what happened when you went in. So according to her, the police tore up their latest tent, but somehow she ended up with these very comfortable beds, but they don't have a tent. What she said was that the beds could be broken down and put in a bag that she could carry on her backpack. Because legitimate concern. How are you carrying beds around? Good morning, Sherry. How can you carry beds around and you don't have a tent? So she actually has it posted on her page, the beds that they have. And she's in the thing like, ha ha ha, I'm so comfortable. I'm going to lay here and enjoy this. Ma'am, we are not jealous of you laying outside on a blow-up mattress. Like, why are you like, ha ha ha? I know this is going to anger the haters. We don't care. We're not mad. you say you're disabled. We know that your man is disabled. Why don't either of you have SSI at this point? Now, when they were staying in hotels, she claimed that he had applied based on the fact that he has a machine hanging out of his stomach. And you want me to believe that y'all haven't taken the time to get him SSI? Now, one SSI check is not going to put you in a hotel every day. But you should be able to buy the basic things that you need. And remember the months that they were able to get churches and friends and followers and random people to keep them in a hotel because of that machine, and how it always had to be charged up. They've been outside several times in the last year. Is he able to live because there are multiple batteries that he can charge at a time? Because that only makes sense to me. Well, this was her. This was her yesterday, not yesterday, day before yesterday, laying there saying, I'm on this bed and it's great and it's wonderful and I'm just going to lay here. She said that she was able to purchase them because she has a skill now of painting. She painted the jewelry box and was paid for it, and so therefore she was able to buy the beds. Because they got sick and tired of laying on the ground on a blanket. Now let's bear in mind that these two utilize the hospital as an Airbnb. Now, I'm not going to say that they haven't been sick, because they have been. But prior to them being really sick, when they didn't have a place to go, Travis was always really sick and ended up in the hospital. And then she would say, I'm staying with him to take care of him. And they both stayed at the hospital. It was so bad that the hospital banned her when he was in the hospital one time. She wasn't allowed to go. But when she was sick, they did the exact same thing. He would stay there and be like, I gotta stay. That's how they were using the hospital. Now, they each got sick enough that they were sent to nursing homes. Do you think Kristen was appreciative that she wasn't outside? That she had people taking care of her? No. Now, don't get me wrong. Not all nursing homes are good. Not all nursing homes have quality staff. But to fail to have appreciation for the circumstances is why you are exactly where you are now. They were literally throwing her out. Now, granted, them having nails in the windows as the safety precaution, I find that has to be illegal. I know in Connecticut that would have been illegal. Because in case there's a fire and that's the only way out, how is anybody supposed to get out with windows nailed shut? I cannot see how that's a licensable location. But I also understand that they were probably sick of people sneaking out through the windows, so that was the easiest remedy. But that has to be illegal, even in the state of Georgia. But there's a way to go about getting things like that resolved, having them investigated, other than to come onto TikTok to run your mouth about it. But for me, all of that wasn't the point. She knew she was going to need money and she was going to have to start begging. So all of her bravado about, look at me, I'm inside. What do you think about that, haters? Nothing you can do, this, that, and the third. Now you need money, and so now you need your circumstances to look as bad, or I should say worse than they are, so that you can, so it suddenly it was, I'm getting kicked out, I don't even know where I am, and I have no way to get back. Girl, all you have to do is do the GPS on your phone. Ask the people. Look at some paperwork. How do you mean you don't know where you are? You're not a dummy by any stretch of the imagination, Kristen. You know exactly. But she didn't know where she is, but she knew she needed $40 to get out of there. Really? You know how much it's going to cost, but you don't know where you are. Be for real. So she was so proud about these beds. Let's see how long they have them. She said she's been outside for 6 months. Girl, a couple of months ago, you were inside of a rehabilitation / nursing home. What you mean you've been outside for 6 months? No, you haven't. But anything to make your situation sound dire. I get it. Okay. She was like, hands down, this is the best cop. They only had him for one night. Wait, what did you say? Daisy May, no, it hasn't been 6 months. Now, have they been in a homeless situation for over a year? Yes. But she hasn't been outside for 6 months. Karina, let's stay focused. We're not talking about four-wheelers right now, okay, honey? Let's keep the chat focused. But I'm glad you were able to help people. So she was proud that they had gotten them the night before. Because she was painting. Good morning, Disturbed One. Remember the show we were talking about last night? Download an app called Daily Motion. I don't know if you're going to get the current season, but other seasons are there. 2 words, Daily Motion. Okay. I just wanted to remember to tell you that. So, now she says she only has one change of clothes. What? She was still in the nursing home on 7/11. Thank you. A couple of months ago. Thank you. A little over a month and a half. But she's been outside for 6 months. Okay. Why do you only have one change of clothes? Because I remember them hanging around the church. The church would give them really good meals. Sometimes it was fast food. Sometimes it was other stuff. They had clothes. And she would always show and be like, look at the shirt I got. Bragging again. As if somebody is jealous of your circumstances. I promise you, we are not jealous. We are not envious. We don't hate you. We aren't mad that you get things. We simply want you to stop taking advantage of innocent people. Period. We want you to stop lying to get your way. Period. If you can paint and make a living, be my guest. But stop lying. She claims everything they have was stolen. And she's like, I don't understand, other homeless people will come and they will steal anything. Yeah? You've been living out there for 6 months. You didn't know that? Even I know you don't leave anything if you're going to be outside. You don't leave a single thing. You don't leave a pen on the ground because somebody will come and take it. How do I know more about those living circumstances than you do? What do you mean? You left everything laying around expecting it to be there when you got back? Or is that the story you're telling to sound even more pathetic so people send you money? Pick a lane, girl. Oh, she's back. She says she hasn't been coming on live anymore because of the drama. The only drama is you lying. But the drama you hate is people calling you out for lying. For taking advantage of churches, of individuals. I remember she had this one young lady who was a mod that was so caught up. And I spoke to her, and she didn't know what to do. She ended up staying by Gypsy's side. But I'm going to tell you something, or I should say Kristen. Just like Sean, they went running over to other apps thinking that they could take their momentum with them over there. There's going to be nothing like TikTok. I remember when she ran over to Favorited, I think. It might have been Favorited or Clapper. And she was calling herself a TikTok refugee. Why are you back on TikTok? Because guess what? Your refugee status didn't grant you any money. The only place you could actually get money is TikTok. And that's exactly why Sean is back. Didn't he need his $900 by today? Did he? I see you came to TikTok when you needed that large sum, Sean. I talked about that, last Monday? As soon as I saw him back, I was like, oh, I know. The money is coming in too slow elsewhere. The mods that were paying for everything stopped paying for everything. I just find it interesting that he needs that amount of money around the first. Isn't that interesting? That you need X amount of dollars by the first. Okay. So when I asked about somebody getting Social Security, she ignored me. But when someone else said it, she was like, I am disabled, but I haven't gotten it yet. Then she's like, I'm not asking for a damn thing. But then we started dry begging. Oh, if I had a hotel room. If I could get a hotel room, I could get a job at the Dollar Tree. But then I would need bus money to get back and forth. Or if I had a bike. Girl, you're not asking for a thing, but you are dropping enough hints about what you want, what you're looking for. More than a child in Walmart picks up every toy and asks for it from their parents. You are as transparent as a glass door. You're not asking for anything, but you're dry begging a whole lot. So I hope your painting works out for you. I hope you're actually able to make some money so that you can provide for your needs until the one of you can get Social Security. In my opinion, the only person deserving is Travis. But I'm not a doctor. I'm not a Social Security judge. Whatever they give you, they give you. It's none of my business. But I wish you would pursue something so that you are no longer relying on other people to live your daily life. And I've had her daughter on this live. The only reason why she is in that circumstance isn't because her family has turned their back on her. They don't like Travis. And they're not going to take care of her and a grown man. That's why she hasn't been home. But that's a choice of yours, my dear. Nobody did it to you. Moving right along. Yeah, she has been doing this for a long time. Remember, let's do Lauren. Okay. Remember, she had this huge plan of coming to the north, and they had housing, and they'd be able to transfer everything else. What happened to that? She has talked really bad about her family. What happened to that plan? It fell all the way through. Because I don't believe there was ever a plan. I think she says certain things to try to make it seem like they're actually moving and shaking. Not. Okay. Before I do that, I want to show one other thing from Friday. For those who were here on Friday, I hope you enjoyed it. But I showed this wheel, this self-care wheel, and it has the different areas of self-care and talks about each of them. Well, the other part that I promised was a blank wheel, which is where you could fill in your own information. I also showed you this form that I created to help you get over situations that may be upsetting now, but will be uneventful or lack impact a year from now, and how to go through it to get over it. Because when people just tell you to get over it and you don't have a plan or a way to get over it, it's difficult, especially when you're in your feelings. So I am going to post all 3 of these on my page. You can do with them as you wish. Screenshot them, do whatever. The self-care wheel, you can look up yourself and download the whole thing. This Let It Go sheet is mine. I created it myself. So again, you can, if you want it via email me at Digital Deceiver Shadow, and I can email you the entire page so it's not a screenshot. Just so that everybody knows. Oh, thank you, Mama. So I'm gonna do that, okay? Expect that post. And I appreciate everybody who was here on Friday. So, Laura, whatever you like to refer to her as. I have been watching her for quite some time. I don't think I've ever talked about her though, because I really do believe that she is ill. How ill is up for debate. Why she spends her entire day on TikTok is up for debate. But I really believe that there is an illness. It could in fact be Munchausen's, but there's something going on. But when I first came across her, not assuming any negative thing, I gave her the name, and I can't remember if it was the telephone number, email address, something, to a doctor that is also a journalist. And one of the things she does, it's not the only thing, but one of the things she does is she investigates unknown, undiagnosable illnesses to try to find a diagnosis. Because when they don't have a diagnosis, they only treat your symptoms, which doesn't heal you. It just deals with the symptoms. So you're having a hard time breathing, they give you oxygen. But they haven't figured out why you're having a hard time breathing. So over the course of time, they just up the oxygen the more you need it. You following what I'm putting down? However, over the course of time, I started to see things that made me question the severity. One being the way she handles her oxygen. It just didn't seem right. I can't even put my finger on exactly the moment that I thought that, but something about it didn't seem right. She has children. She lives with her parents. Her older parents have to do everything for her children and herself, and yet she lays there and complains about them. The people in her chat complain about them. So she was in the hospital and they weren't there. And people were like, oh, I wish there was somebody there with her and blah, blah, blah. The parents are taking care of her kids. But the fact that she acts like her parents don't do anything, again, can't put my finger on the exact moment, but it just doesn't ring true. So they're going to let you move in and your kids move in, but they're not going to help you? You can't get lunch or a glass of water or get the advocacy you need from parents who let you move in with your children? Again, I can't put my finger on it, but something about it doesn't ring true to me. But I don't want to drag somebody with an illness, right? And she has a lot of loyal supporters. By the way, guys, I changed the photo. If you haven't liked the live until you feel the heart tail, please do so. Please do so on every photo. We're trying to get on the FYP and stay up. And some of the subjects and people I talk about are sensitive. So please, like the live until you see the heart. Keep tapping until you see the tail, and then fill the tail. It's 81 clicks. And if you're double tapping, it only takes a few seconds. So I appreciate it if you will do that. Oh, I'm sorry, Fatima. I hope you get well. So yesterday, I happened to come across her live. And I was shocked. She looked worse than I have ever seen her. Now, she has dark circles around her eyes. But yesterday, she looked like she had a black eye. Her skin was yellow. And I was like, that's jaundice. Like what? I can't remember if it's the liver, but some organ stops working. Wait a minute. What? Hey, Didi, I'm just here listening. Okay, Stephanie, thank you. She looked sick. And she was in the hospital. It is the liver? Okay. When you went into her live, it said something about going for testing. But then people in the chat were saying somebody called a welfare check and the ambulance brought her to the hospital. Which story is true? Is it testing that was planned? Or did somebody call in a welfare check? Make up your mind, people, because it's one or the other. It can't be both. Mind you, the entire time we are on silent. Now, don't get me wrong. When she's talking to a nurse or a doctor, absolutely it should be on silent. As a matter of fact, end the live. We should not know your personal information. I am happy when they end the live, mute the live, put the live under the pillow. I don't care what you do. We don't need to know your personal medical information. But it was a long time. But just prior to her talking to the nurse or the doctor that came in, I really do think it was a nurse. I was paying close attention because I'm a woman and, that's what we do. And lo and behold, when she put her hand on her face to rub her lips or her forehead or something, I noticed that the yellow hue that was making her look so ill moved. And I was like, wait, what? How could your hand on your face change the color of the rest of your face? Why would a part of your hand be yellow if that's what your skin looks like? And so we know me, I'm the question asker. I was like, what's happening with the yellow hue? And you know how you know you've touched a nerve? No, it wasn't makeup. You know how you know you've touched a nerve? When they mute you for the entire live. And I don't even believe it was her. I believe it was Amaz. It was a genuine question. She looked incredibly ill. But when it moves, I need to know why it's there. Now, what if it was the color of the lighting in the room? What if it was the sun coming through the window? There could have been an explanation. But no, you muted me. So now you know, hair stand up. And I was like, welcome to the grid. Welcome to the grid. Because there was absolutely no reason for why that question got muted. Mind you, there were questions going by rapidly. She wasn't even paying attention. So the fact that a mod needed to mute me told me everything I needed to know. Y'all know she's embellishing and y'all want her to get away with it. Why? If she's actually ill, why does she need to embellish? You're sick, you're sick. And I wish and pray for you to get through this period so that you're able to get back to a place where you can be an active mother for your children. But this was the interesting part. I stuck around longer than I normally would, in part because of what happened. I thought about going out and coming back in another account, but I was like, just wait. So we stayed on mute for what I thought to be like all day, but it was probably 5 minutes. And then she paused the live, like she got a call or a message or something. And again, we stayed there for another 6 months. But lo and behold, when she came back, guess what wasn't there? The yellow hue. Well, where did it go? If it was a light in the room, how did she change it? If it was the sun coming from the window, how did she change it? Now, because I was staying, because you know me, I love to get a screenshot to prove it to y'all. But she came back and suddenly the yellow hue was gone. She looked regular. But she tried to do it later. I'm going to show y'all. What are we doing? And this wasn't even that bad. Like, you see how like the middle of her nose looks like it's bruised? That's how her eye looked. Why are we using a yellow hue, from what I don't know, to make us try to look worse? And so now you've made it to the grid. And now I'm going to watch even more. Because I agree, somebody says she loves the attention 100%. Yeah, but Lisa's black eye didn't move for a second. This was literally within the same live, but I didn't get a picture of the yellow hue the first time. Because when she finally came back to the live, it was gone. But when I came back later in the evening, this is what it was. Now let me see if I have another photo. Same hospital, same room, Where's the yellow hue? Correct, Sherry. Where's the yellow hue? Let me see. It's very hard to see. But in the hospital, she has on a blue gown. You can see it in the corners of this photo. But you can see it better here. Mind you, the entire time the phone is on mute. Why are you live holding your phone in the hospital, ill and on mute? And her sycophants are in there. I wish somebody was there with her. She always has to do stuff. Because her parents, who already raised their kids, are now taking care of her kids. How many people are in a hospital that go live from their room? Be for real. My opinion is she didn't want to make a mistake and not be muted if somebody came in there and had something to say. Yeah, look up Munchausen. It's a real thing. Now, I'm not saying that that's her. I'm just saying, look at her. Listen, she stays live at home all day long, laying on her back, doing absolutely nothing. Sounding like a little girl. When I found out she had kids, I was like, really? Oh, okay. And she was healthy at one point. But I know some of her doctors got sick of her. But which one was it? Did somebody call in a welfare check, or are you at the hospital getting tested? I just want y'all, because I'm going to show you again, I just want y'all to remember. What is that? What is that? When this is what you look like. And like I said, when I first saw her, the entire side of her face was yellow, like it was creeping into, and her eye looked black and blue with yellow over it. And I was taken aback. I was like, oh my God, why is she so sick? Like, what happened? She does have a whiny voice. But okay. But you know, it wouldn't have bothered me nearly as much if I didn't get muted for asking the question. Hypochondriac is a thing. My mother was one. Her eyebrows are on fleek. Hilarious. It wouldn't have bothered me if they had just let it pass. But to mute me for the entire life, for asking a legitimate... I didn't say, why is she faking? Why is she using a yellow filter? Why does she have a filter on? I legitimately asked, what is the yellow hue? Like I said, there could have been a legitimate reason. But you mute me for the entire live because I asked that question. And then when she came back, it was gone. I'm side-eyeing you, and welcome to the grid. You can blame your mods for that, Laura. But if I find out that you're playing people, I will drag you from here to next year. And I mean that with everything that I love. Because I'm sick and tired of people using illness to take advantage of people, to get people to do things for you, when you know good and well that there are people on this app that legitimately could use that kind of assistance and can't get it because of people who take advantage. But I'm going to leave it there. Let me go back so I can show you. This is her name and her app. Go watch her for yourself. Really, Daisy May? Let me know. No, thank you guys. Thank you. Hey, Brenda Lee. Thank you. Okay. So we did low. Let me do my statement and get it out of the way. I watched that ridiculous trial. I don't know if they've done another one. I am strictly talking about the first one. That was a complete farce. It was ridiculous. How is the defense attorney running the show for the judge, telling the judge what to do? Like, it was ridiculous. Do I believe all of that was to gain clout? 110%. Was it to make... Do you hear the things she said about Faith? That Faith has the mind of a 12-year-old and this, that, and the third. While there are some very smart 12-year-olds that can take advantage of things, they're smart enough. There was a child who tried to break into, like... Remember that movie War Games, where it was a child that almost started World War III? Yes, there are some bright children. But she's not that slow. But it was cute you trying to say it was. It was cute that you tried to use this slowness to explain why she thought taking money for one thing was okay for her to use it for something else and say nothing. That was cute. That was cute to try to use that to say that she thought she could move out when she know good and well she couldn't. It's cute that you say that she doesn't understand the decision she's making, but we've seen her stand up and walk. But you wouldn't know it if you asked her. So this is my final statement on Faith. I see a lot of people jumping on the bandwagon to either talk about her or talk to her, to befriend her, to act like everybody is mean to her, etc. This is the final thing I'm going to say on her. If you get taken advantage of by her, keep it to yourself. Because if you don't know and can't tell by now that she will take advantage of anybody under any circumstances, including her parents, and you want to run down that rabbit hole to prove that she's not like that, be my guest. But keep it to yourself. Because they love to jump on the bandwagon and act like, oh my God, you guys are so mean, she's not like that. And then when they feel slighted, suddenly she's a bad person. Keep it to yourself. You want to run in there and be her friend and do the most? Be my guest. But guess what? I'm done talking about her. Y'all do whatever y'all want to do with Faith. She is getting ready to go on my block list because I'm tired. Chill, listen, role model using people from her community. Like somebody said something and she was like, I am the agency. How you going to tell the judge what to do? How you going to have a prosecutor who says from the gate, I have nothing? And if she won, what? We can't talk about her manipulation? Your trial means absolutely nothing to me. But I keep watching people go in there like, I have CF for my child and I'll be your friend. And what do you think those people who she took advantage of were? They weren't her enemies. They weren't people who were skeptical of her. They were her friends. But since you want to jump in place of them, be my guest. I don't want to hear about it. Because I promise there will be another scheme shortly. Just wait and see. And that's all I have to say on that. I'm done with Faith and the whole circumstances. Unless something new happens, a new scam pops up, I don't ever want to say her name again. So that's that announcement on that. Who should we do next? I can't remember if anybody requested. Let's see. Let's do Asia. Now, Asia, for all intents and purposes, is wash, rinse, repeat. She needs the money for the room. Give me the money, give me the money, give me the money. If you send me enough, I do what I want with it and still stay in the same circumstances. But the other day, she did a video with this fan. First of all, she has a job at McDonald's, but I'll get to that in a minute. She has this fantastical story while she's walking. And the story goes like this. A woman gave her enough money for an Airbnb. Yes, please double tap, guys, until you feel the heart's tail and then take a break. Don't want anybody's fingers to break. Yes, Lazy Days, she does. So, she's walking hard and she's telling the story that she was able to get somebody to get her an Airbnb. And I don't know if it was for 1 night, 2 nights, but then it was time to extend. And Asia was upset because the community, the anti-scam community, got in touch with the lady, sent her videos, kind words, etc., and let her know that Asia is a scammer. And according to Asia, the woman went to the Airbnb host and said, I want my money back. She's a scammer. I don't want any parts of it. So then Asia says she gets a phone call from the Airbnb host saying that the money for her stay has been removed and she needs to leave immediately or they were going to call the police. And I was like, wow, that's a crazy story. Like, good for us, but that's a crazy story. And so she said that based on what she had gotten, she had just enough to stay in another Airbnb, and that's where she was walking to. I'm like, oh, okay. And then lo and behold, guess where Asia was? Asia was sitting in that same dingy hotel she's always in. I thought you were going to an Airbnb. And then it occurred to me that entire story is probably a lie. It was a money grab. It was to say, oh my God, look what happened to me. Look what happened to me. Look at all the money I was supposed to get. Hoping that somebody will feel sorry for her and pay for where she wanted to stay. And if you think that it's like, well, maybe she just went back to the hotel. Yesterday, she was cleaning the said hotel, right? She had spices, she cooked. She had spices and everything else in there. She talked about how she had the dishes soaking in the tub and she needed to clean them so that she could take a shower. Does that sound like somebody that just moved back into the hotel? Or does that sound like somebody that's always been at the hotel and she was probably walking home from work or walking home from some other place she went to and had to make up that story to try to get money? Because I can tell you she's getting the money, but it is slowing down. And on some days, that's all we can ask for is the slow down. Miss Asia, I'm going to need you to stop lying. Of course not. Now, thing number 2, you tell everybody where you live. People probably know the hotel you're staying in, and then you tell everybody you're working for McDonald's? Let me tell you why she's waiting for the trolls to call. So apparently there was a problem with her check. She was supposed to get it Friday night or Saturday, and she didn't get it, and she was upset because everybody else got paid. I would be upset too, especially if I was in anticipation and I needed that check. But then you went on to drag the manager. You talked about pulling up on her. You talked about popping her. You talked about the fact that you're trying to be mature and that's the only reason why you didn't fight her. You are talking about your manager on live. You think the manager don't got people? Are you wanting people to call so you can get fired? Is that the goal? So you could come back and be like, the trolls got me fired. We shouldn't know where you work, ma'am. We shouldn't even know about the complication. Because let's say she tries to kick people out at about 20 people. What if all 20 people called McDonald's and wanted to know why you didn't get your paycheck? What if they screen recorded what you said about what you would do had you not matured and sent it to McDonald's? Asia, I'm going to need you to do better. Because remember, we had a young lady come in here and say that she gave Asia $500 so that she would have a place to stay and not have to worry about it, so she could get a job and get on her own 2 feet. By the time it was time for the money to run out, she would have her first paycheck. What did she do? She went and got her hair and nails done. We'll see, Asia. We'll be watching. That's her name and her at. Y'all go watch for yourself. But that whole fantastical story, miss me with it. Let's do Tim and Angela. Couple of things. First and foremost, I gave them the benefit of the doubt on the story about the threat being to them and the people of the hotel. Because you'd like to think that people wouldn't lie about that. And when Guardians of Valor first put up the report, I skimmed it briefly. Some of it didn't make sense to me, but I was just like, whoever did it needs to be prosecuted to within an inch of their life. Because I was angry that somebody would dislike them so much that they would threaten other people. So imagine my surprise when Guardians of Valor puts out another post that makes it clear that while the hotel did receive a threat, it had absolutely nothing to do with Tim and Angela. You would actually sit on live, lie to people in their faces, and then wonder why you can't get money? Wonder why you are in the car with your wife? Who you love so dearly, who you worry about so much, who needs to be inside because it needs to be cool. You would lie about that, Tim? And I guess it's not that I'm shocked that he would lie. I'm mad at myself for giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm mad that I thought that there was actually somebody in the anti-scam community who would do that. Now, he hasn't been on much, but I did see a replay of the live where somebody asked him about the dog he used to have, and he was like, I don't know anything about it, but then didn't want to discuss the dog at all anymore. You love Juju so much, but the dog you had is trash? I'm done. I'm done with you. I don't believe No, I'm not saying the dog is gone. I'm saying they were done with the dog. I believe there are a couple of people who are interested in getting the dog and taking care of them, and I really hope it works out for one of them. Beautiful dog. But you want to pass the buck off like that was a part of my past. Has nothing to do with what I got going on right now. I am no longer going to believe a single word that comes out of his mouth, or hers for that matter. I used to write things down and assume they were true until I could prove to myself that they weren't. Tim and Angela are going to have the opposite experience. Every single thing that comes out of their mouth, I'm going to assume is a lie. And I'm going to treat them accordingly. Because how dare you use a legitimate set of circumstances that could potentially put people's lives in danger so you could get money to stay in an Airbnb that was what, $200 or something a night? Unbelievable. Guess what? You about to have permanent residency on the grid. But I do have some good news that some of you may not have seen, so I'm going to show it. But it is on my page to read thoroughly. They have received another letter from Guardians of Valor, and what I said was, this is a man that keeps his word, Tim. You might want to come up with that $120 by Tuesday. Because if you don't, you can multiply that $120 10 times. So go check it out. Read it for yourself. It's great reading. The areas that are white are obviously areas that I have blanked out just to maintain privacy. I know everybody knows the name of the women, but I just feel obligated to do that. I try to be as thorough as possible with my redactions because that's just who I am. But it is on my page. Go check it out. Go read it. Share it. Because it also says, Tim, please read carefully. That's what the note says. Please read carefully. Faye is vying to be the dry begging queen of TikTok. She is absolutely in the king's house. Please like the lie, fill the heart's tale. We've changed the photo. Because that's all I had to say on Tim and Angela. They haven't been on very much, and I'm not sure if it's the dog. I'm not sure if it's the reveal of the actual information that happened at the hotel. I don't know why they're so quiet, but they're quiet for a reason. But they'll be back. They'll be back. Oh, thank you. You know I love that so much. Welcome in, everybody. I see a lot more people have come in since this morning. Thank you for the Daily Heart Me. If you're a member of the team, hit it. If not, stick around. And if you like what you see, hit the Daily Heart Me. But what my real ask is that every time I change the photo, like the live until you feel the heart's tail. If you double tap, you'll see the heart. If you keep double tapping, you'll see the tail. Fill it. It's 81 or 85 clicks. Double tapping gets you there quickly, and then take a break. Trying to make it on the FYF. And if anybody is here that has come through on the FYF, let me know. Put FYF in the comments, because that is the goal. Trying to expose 9 people so that you can start to see the pattern, so that you don't get taken advantage of. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for letting me know. I want to know who found me through the FYF. Which is they're now saying the For You feed. That's why it's FYF. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, thank you. I've come across twice. Nice. Girl, she is dragging this out. Now, do not get me wrong. I've lost both of my parents, and I feel like an orphan. It's devastating. Because it's the people you've known the longest, the people you've loved the longest, the people who in most cases have loved you. In my case, I was blessed with 2 beautiful parents that I now appreciate far more than I did when I was 18, 12, 13, 14, growing up and thinking I knew better than them. When you get to a certain age, you realize that your parents were looking out for you, they were protecting you, they were trying to keep you from making some of the mistakes that they made. But at the time, you still think, oh, they're old-fashioned, I know more than them, whatever the case may be. So I am not questioning the pain that comes along with losing a parent. But the stuff she says and does is ridiculous at her big age. And we all know, her and I have already had a conversation, and this photo is the photo of what she looked like when we were done. Because she tries to act like a Billy badass. She curses people out. She goes off on them for asking questions, etc., etc. What pissed her off was she couldn't upset me. What pissed her off is that I was like, why are you cursing? Why are you yelling? I'm just asking questions. But I was asking questions she didn't want to have to answer. But that's what happens when you let me in the box. I'm going to ask away. And I'm going to stay calm. And you can curse and yell and scream and do all of that. Call me names. It is not going to move me. So Faye feels like TikTok owes her something. So for anybody who's unfamiliar, Faye is a grown woman. I believe she's 53 or 54, even though she looks like she could be my grandmother. She's not that old. But 10 years ago, hear me out now, 10 years ago, Faye decided that she was going to take care of her mother full time and not work. Now, Faye's story is that she couldn't get paid for taking care of her mother. I don't think I have a photo, but in the state of California, it is actually a category that the state recognizes where you can get paid for taking care of a loved one that's ill. But both you and the loved one has to meet certain criteria. She's like, I called Medicare, I called her insurance company. She even said I called Medi-Cal. But one thing about about Faye is that she has a selective memory. So at one point she was like, I want to work remotely from home and do Avon. But when I said to her, my two nieces work from home, and I even said where they worked, she told me I was a liar, that there is no such thing as remote work, and she blocked me. So when she said that she was looking for a job to do the work from home, and I was like, oh, cool, now you realize, because you called me a liar when I told you that my nieces worked from home. And she was like, I didn't say that, and blocked me. Say all the blocking in the world isn't going to stop me from watching you, baby. But block away. I'm here for it all. But Faye didn't get paid, which means that Faye was living off of her mother's Social Security and maybe a 401k or whatever her mother would have had at the point of retiring. Faye's contribution was adding to the food stamps. And that's it. And they lived in senior living. So the rent is already adjusted, but it was her mother's apartment. But she was able to be there. She wants new teeth now. She says they hurt and that she can only eat soft things because of them. Right, Kayla. She is a professional victim. She even said that she's like, I'm not suing the cemetery. That's what a lawyer is for. Are you that dense? The lawyer is only representing you. You are suing the cemetery. She is dense because she's like, New York and New Jersey means New Jersey isn't a state. What? Like, my thing is this. I'm not asking you to be able to pinpoint what country do I want to use. What is it? Azerbaijan on the map. I'm not asking you to find Iraq on a map or Mali on the map. But thank you. But you mean to tell me you don't know that New York and New Jersey are separate states in the United States? Be for real. Girl, stop it. That was cool. Girl, stop it. Oh, Candy. Hi, honey bun. Oh, yeah, she gets hugely upset. Good morning, good morning. Thank you. So, let's see. When was this? Because Faye likes to come on and get off and come on and get off, especially when she gets frustrated. She likes to come on and get off. So after the live on Friday, she got on about a little before 12 o'clock. And she had already said that it was her mother's birthday. Right, Ruru, exactly. Thank you, Cece. So, she starts the live by saying that she's trying to, people are like, hey, how are you? And she's like, I'm trying to ignore my sister on my phone. Oh, thank you, Candy. I appreciate you, girl. So, her story goes that she was, first of all, she says that her mom was no contact with her sister. And that her mom told her not to tell her sister that she was even sick or in the hospital. But when she passed, Faye was like, I felt it in my heart that I needed to tell her. Girl, you needed to tell her because you needed her to pay for it. Now, let's not forget, we all know her sister pulled out her credit card and paid for the service. Even though Faye kept up a GoFundMe and videos asking for money to pay for her mother's funeral. But Faye tried to twist that, but I'm going to get there. So, she said that she was talking to her sister and she's like, I should have listened to my mother and not talked to her. She's exactly the same as she's always been. And I guess Faye said to her she wanted to do Avon because A, it was free to sign up. B, she could do it from home. And C, she could sell on the internet. Who is buying Avon from Faye on TikTok? Not me. Not me. And her sister, probably being as frustrated as we are, was like, are you kidding? Go get a job. But of course, it negatively impacted Faye. So Faye claims that her sister was mad at her for voting for Trump. Now, I will say this, her sister is a part of the LGBTQIA community, and so maybe that's why she felt some type of way about that, but I don't know, and we don't even know if she said any of this, but Faye needs her to say it. Then she said that the sister didn't care for the mother at all because she didn't help out. But if the mother was no contact, how was she supposed to know to help her? If she was no contact, she didn't know her mother was ill. Correct? Okay. And then she needs $60. Well, why does Faye need $60? Now, I need to preface this by saying that Faye has been asking for the $60 for several weeks. But now, lo and behold, Faye needs the $60 because she needs to go back to her phone plan. Well, if any of y'all were watching, remember she needed $60 to get a new phone because her phone was broken, A, and B, to pay her cell phone bill. But now you need the same $60 to go back to your old plan? Well, this is Faye's new story. The new story is that when she told her sister about needing a new phone, the sister was like, you're paying too much for your phone individually. Why don't you come on my plan? I'll pay for it and get you a new phone. Faye's sister sounds so evil. She paid for the mother's funeral and she put you on her cell phone plan and said she would pay for it. But she sounds so evil. And Faye was saying now that they've had this argument, she's probably going to cut her phone off So Faye needs $60 so she can get her own phone plan. But she was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep her telephone number because she couldn't get the sister's account number in order to get the code to keep her number when she goes back. But isn't it convenient that it's the same $60? And so I said, oh, you got a new phone? Oh, yeah, when I got on my sister's plan, I got a new phone. Well, girl, if you switch to another company, you're going to have to pay for that phone. You're going to need way more than $60, which is why I don't believe any of that story. But then as Faye goes on, Faye starts embellishing, as usual. And she says that the sister didn't actually pay for the funeral. Correct, Karina, unless they bought it right out. I bought it straight out, or it was a zero plan phone to begin with. But Faye would want the latest iPhone. But anyway, I digress. Now Faye is saying that the sister's girlfriend is connected to charities and that they paid for the funeral. What? Because she was trying to say that the sister was holding it over her head that she paid for the funeral. But then, in the very next breath, Faye says that actually she contacted an agency that was going to help pay for the funeral, and that the charity she contacted reimbursed her sister for the service. Really, May? Well, I am glad you're here, honey, and I am even happier that your phone died. Stick around. You'll be able to hear more of her nonsense. So wait a minute. Was it that the girlfriend was connected to charities, or was it the charity you called? Oh, yes, just curious. Anytime. I enjoyed it. So, did your sister pull out a credit card and pay for it? Because that's what you said. Did the sister's girlfriend connection to charities pay for it? Or did the agency that we've never heard of reimburse your sister for the funeral? Because if you contacted an agency that was going to pay for it, why did you have a GoFundMe for it? Why were you doing lives begging for money to bury your mother if there was an agency that was going to pay for the service? And why did you say you were shocked that her sister pulled out her credit card to pay for it if you knew she was going to be reimbursed? Because you would have had to tell her that, right? I contacted an agency and they'll reimburse you. So if you put it on your credit card, you'll get the money back. Faye, I realize that you assume that because everybody is a troll, that we're not actually paying attention. But you met the right one on the wrong day. Because I write it all down. And the brain is a steel trap when it comes to your nonsense, okay? I'll forget a lot, but I don't forget nonsense. Which one is it, Faye? And so you could tell that any interaction I would have with her would leave her in this exact same spot. She'd be crying when it was over. Because, girl, what? Then she said, my sister slapped me in the face. I really need this $60 because she's going to cut my phone off. And then she's like, it wasn't assault. And I was like, what? You just said you were on the phone with your sister. How could she slap you in the face? How could she assault you if you're on the phone? And then my next logical step is, well, did you call the cops and report the assault? But before I could get in there and say anything, somebody else was like, wait, what? And then it was, well, it felt like a slap in the face. Oh, because you remember what you said 15 minutes ago about being on the phone? So now it's like a slap in the face. Oh, okay. Apparently, her sister also accused her of being racist because of an interview she did with the news 12 years ago and something she said in a Dunkin' Donuts that was 10 years ago. Faye, you're racist? Because that will just add to the list of reasons why you're on the grid. Or are you trying to say you were racist a long time ago, but now you're not? Okay. But through all of this, she needed you to know that she needs the $60. Same $60 we've been asking for. She always needs money for delivery. I'm sure she's asked for that. So then on Saturday, Faye came on. I watched around 3:15. And I actually wrote a note to myself, please stay quiet. Because she drives me crazy. Now, we no longer want to work for Avon from home. We're now no longer looking for remote work. Now we want to get a job at Walmart as a greeter because she doesn't have to use her hand to do that. Now, many of us told her to do that. She was like, no, I can't get a job with my hand like this. When I tell you that Faye rewrites history in her own head about the stuff she said or what people have said to her, it is amazing she's able to get up every day and get dressed, take a shower, and cook and clean. Because what is going on in your brain? But one of the things I said to her was there are some companies, because she's saying that, like, first she had to keep it on for 2 weeks. Then it was 3 weeks. Then the doctor added on 2 weeks. And then, of course, in her embellishment, it's another 2 weeks. So, what, we have another month with the brace? I mean, with the wrap on? But how come we're not talking about needing to see an orthopedic surgeon anymore? Because we never needed one? We were just saying that to try to add sympathy to it? Good morning to everybody coming in. You need an orthopedic surgeon? I don't hear anything about that anymore. Now we want a job. And I think we want a job because probably the rent needs to get paid. You've been living off of mama for 10 years. You haven't had a job in 10 years. But anyway, one of the things I said to her was, girl, go ahead and apply. Some places take 3 weeks for an interview. And you want to wait till it's off your hands? You used a tongue depressor when you broke yours. Listen. You know how people go on with life with a broken finger, don't even realize it? A hairline fracture. Let's be clear. She didn't require an orthopedic surgeon. Her doctor told her so. She tried to go over the doctor's head and go to her insurance company. And I'm like, the insurance company going to go back to the doctor and say, does she need an an orthopedic surgeon? They're going to say no, and that's going to be the end of that. But we don't hear about it anymore. Now we're talking about going back to work. So then Ahmad suggested that she reach out to All for One, and now she's mad at the mod. How are you mad at the mod for suggesting that there are resources available to you on his account? You don't even have to talk to him. The link tree just exists. And I was on the link tree for somebody the other day, and there's actually a website where you could put I think it's the zip code, but it might be the state that you're in, and it will populate all the resources in the area. She yawns before she lies. That's interesting. I'm going to have to watch to see that. But then I think the mob became a rogue mob, because then she claimed the mob was unblocking people, when in fact the mob had only unblocked one person. So of course she got rid of them as a mod. But she was there to beg. When she came back, she was strictly there to beg. She said, if you would like to help, she would be happy to get it. This is where she talked about wanting dentures because her teeth hurt. And some people came in and was like, stop begging. And of course she started blocking and getting mad. And I love when she gets mad. Because girl, you're going to do what to who? You talking about people being keyboard warriors. You are TikTok. You are a TikTok gang leader, if anybody believes you. You curse, you scream, you act big and bad, and you would cower in the face of anybody that showed up at your door. Stop it. Stop it. And I love the whole it takes nothing to be nice. Girl, apply your own logic to yourself. You are one of the meanest scammers on this app. Your mouth is reckless. You don't even know what you're talking about, and you stand 10 toes down. But as people were like, stop begging, stop dry begging, stop doing what you're doing, guess what Faye Faye did? What Faye Faye always does, and she left. Now, I'm sure she's been back since then, but that's the last time I took notes. So I'm going to end it there. But we'll be watching Fei Fei. And now I got your number. Now I see you. So y'all, that's her name and her at. I would say watch from the outside. Because she's going to block you. Oh, wait a minute. We have a Timid Angela supporter. Hello, Bubbles Gigi. Would you like to take a box? And understand, I'm not mean and nasty. I don't curse, scream, hoop, and holler. But if you missed what I said about them, I would love to be able to talk to you directly. Do you mind coming in the box? I'm gonna be respectful because I'm not gonna do anything to ruin my own life. That wouldn't make any sense. But I would love to talk to you directly about the things that I said today. As a matter of fact, I'll invite you. Please come up because I really just want you to hear it. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are
Let me
you?
say something. Let me say something first.
Go ahead.
For the people in this live, the one that just jumped up and asked me how Tim and Angela was, let me give you the backstory. I find it very hilarious, and this is where y'all are having your problems, is I find it hilarious that they saw one comment from me when I got on here a year ago, first time I've ever been on TikTok, ever. I didn't know this existed. And yes, I was absolutely naive. And one time I did help them. I did.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I had a problem with it
Mm.
because I'm going through medical too. And see, that comment was posted in your live, and one person in your live picked and chose just now what they wanted to say at that one comment. So instead of people picking and choosing what they want to say, they need to realize that the entire comment was said. And I was just typing that entire comment, what I just said out. When you said, oh, we have a Tim and Angela supporter. No, I've been blocked off Tim and Angela's page on 5 pages since I helped.
Okay.
So whoever, I think it's Shelly or whoever it was that spoke up just now, she might need to get her story straight before she goes and starts accusing people. That's where I'd start, because that's why people don't listen to this stuff. It's because you have ones in your life and other creators have ones in their lives that don't know what they're talking about, but then they speak.
I understand that. Um, why did you end up having a problem?
Huh?
Why did you end up having a problem with them?
Because I'm an iron worker that worked for 30 years who's now medically disabled, and I had no clue people was using TikTok as a panhandling site.
Hmm.
I'm literally having to Uber and Lyft to make my own copays. I just had surgery Wednesday.
I helped you heal.
My entire foot is cut open.
Mm, I'm sorry to hear that.
And I figure if I can go Uber and Lyft to make copays, then they can get off their dead ass and get a job.
110%.
That's the way I feel about everybody on this app.
Well, then
But I did not know,
please.
and that people need to understand there's new people that gets on TikTok like myself. I'm 50 years old. I worked in construction my entire life. I didn't use TikTok as a source of entertainment. I worked 12-hour shifts. Usually was gone from the house 16 hours. We don't have time, for the most part, to use TikTok as entertainment. We don't sit on TikTok every day. I have 2 sons that do the same type of work. They never get on TikTok. You don't have time when you do this type of job. People can get their power out of the gray box on the side of their house. It's people like me who doesn't. So we have more important things than TikTok. So we don't know what goes on in the TikTok world. So I legitimately, the first night that I got on TikTok, I was like, oh my God, that's horrible.
Well, I
And
understand.
then the next day it was the same thing. And then the next day it was like, I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, I understand, but one of the things that we try to focus on is engaging with enablers because when once the one person sends, then the floodgates open. And for me personally, I just want to make sure that people know what they're supporting. And if they choose to continue to support it, be my guest. But I'm
Oh,
trying to reach people before they give money.
I completely understand. But people in the comments, like that was posting that, they're not helping your cause.
So,
Ex-
True.
They need to know the story before they speak up.
excuse me, Bubbies. That was me that asked you about Tim and Angela. You have commented more than once in their live, and
Oh, I
then
absolutely have. I
you
sure have.
went in. I think it was not even a month ago, and said you blocked me on this account and told what your other account was.
I absolutely did. I sure
So
did. Because I want to know why they blocked me because I was actually watching what was going on. Just because you watch don't mean you're sending them money.
well, you can sit in there, but
So
you don't have
apparently
to.
you've been watching them. Are you sending them money?
No, I go
Okay.
in and
So
see.
what is the point? What is the
I go
difference
in.
in you
To,
watching them and everybody else?
I go in to see who's enabling them.
No, just because somebody is in their life does not mean they're enabling them. You need to stay in your lane and stop assuming,
May I?
ma'am,
I'm not
is what you
assuming.
need to do.
No. Why do
Yo,
you
yeah,
have all?
absolutely. Because I'm gonna tell you something.
You
Anybody can
haven't.
watch any page on there.
You're
And
not going to
yes, I
tell
have
me
been watching
anything.
everything that was going on, just like you have. With that being said, I'm not the one you need to try with.
I'm not trying. I'm just
So
making
you
a
need to
point.
mind your own business. Don't worry about me because I got me.
We,
Excuse me.
How
You're
about
being
that?
Bubbies,
rude.
hold on for a second. I need you to
No, she needs
understand.
to see
Hold
digital.
on,
I
hold
watch her
on,
page all the time.
hold
She
on,
needs to worry
hold
about
on.
hers and don't worry
Bubbies,
about me because I got me.
Bubbies, understand something that you may not consider yourself an enabler, and based on what you said, I would say you weren't an enabler either. But if people see you in a live on a regular basis, commenting, engaging, doing those sort of things, it looks like you're an enabler. And when you come in here, people are going to be like, are you here representing them? Because you got to understand something. A lot of their people come in here representing them. So you could see when you came up, I was respectful. I didn't go off. I listened to you. I let you start and leave. So they're just making sure that the people who are in here for the right reason. That's it. That's all. So you weren't
The
disrespected
thing about this
either.
digital is I'm very outspoken.
That's
I
fine.
work construction with 4,800 men a day. I have no problem speaking up for myself at all.
Okay. Well,
Zero.
I
But the thing is
and I
this,
didn't leave you in the
she has
comments.
no
I
she has no
invited
business
you
in
up.
live no more than I do.
Okay. Well, I
So
appreciate you coming up. I heard what you had to say. Since you already are aware of who they are and what they're about, I don't feel the need to repeat myself. I appreciate you being willing to come up and talk to me. Um, but I hope you also stick around because,
I've been in your live several times
oh,
watching.
okay.
Several.
All
Yes,
right.
I'm in here
Well,
all
I
the time.
appreciate you being
Several
here. I
times.
really do. And now we know how you feel about it. So thank you. And Sassy, thank you as well. Because you know how we do here. If we come across people we think are enablers, we try to have a conversation.
Exactly. And I wasn't rude.
See, and you're see this is the thing, and I'm reading the comments. So, chill 11, Gigi, you need to stay in your lane. No, I'm grown. I'm perfectly capable of speaking what I feel and what I think and what I want and what I believe in. I don't need Sweet Sassy or anybody else worried about what I'm doing.
That's not
I
for
have plenty of common sense.
Bubby. That's for me, not for you. When they comment in here about people that they believe are enablers, it's not about you. They're letting me know so that I can try to address it. So please don't take it personal because it's not
She
personal.
literally put my name in it, dude.
It's not personal in terms of the fact that she's trying to make a point about you. When we feel enablers coming in here, we address every single one. Every single one.
I don't do the whole being accused of something that I'm not doing or I have not
Okay,
done.
well, you
Period.
got the opportunity to address
Like
it,
I
no?
said, like I said, I'm grown.
Okay. Well,
So
I
before you
appreciate
say support or
Bubby.
sassy, come on receipts.
Bubby, thank you for coming up. I'm gonna drop you now. I see you, Truth. I just want to deal with something real quick. But I appreciate you coming up. I really do.
Like I said, come on receipts. Y'all have the day you deserve.
Bubbies, before you drop, why is your Cash App and stuff in your bio?
Boop.
It sure is.
Why is it?
If you also look, my grandson is involved in a competition for Toys for Tots that he
Okay,
is
so why is it everybody else's responsibility to
just
see about
placed
your grandkid?
quarterfinals in.
Didn't you say you grown and you got a job? You work around dozens of men a day?
Did you not hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I said? He is in a competition for Toys for Tots.
Okay,
He is raising money for Toys for Tots.
okay. What does that
It's
have
a
to do with
nationwide
everybody else?
competition. Do your research.
You're just like them. That is
Do
research.
your research, you
That is
dumbass.
research. It's in your
Do your
Wait,
bio.
wait,
research what
wait.
Toys for Tots
Don't
are.
come in here and be disrespectful. You don't have to curse. You don't have to do any of that.
Well, she needs to do her research and find out what Toys for Tots
I
are.
obviously do
We
my
all
research.
know
I know
what
what
Toys
Toys
for
for Tots
Well,
Tots
is.
are.
obviously
Sorry,
you
BB.
don't. If you did, you know it's a nationwide competition where they're
And what does
raising
that have to
money.
do with you having your stuff in your bio?
Look it up.
I don't need to look it up. I know what Toys for Tots is. It ain't
No, well,
Christmas.
apparently
Why
you don't
is your
donate, do
PP
you?
and CA in your bio? It's a question.
Apparently you don't donate, do you? Do you?
Yeah, but I
I
don't ask
donate
everybody to
to
give me
them.
money
Apparently
so
you
I
I
don't
can
donate, do
donate.
donate
So
you?
to them.
apparently you don't either.
Oh, no. I can actually come with receipts.
If you're using everybody else's money that's sent into your PP and your CA that
Nobody
you're not
has
donating, they
nobody
are.
nobody has sent a fucking penny to
Well, how do we
mine.
know that? And why you're cussing at me? Stay in your lane. I'm
Because
grown.
you're coming up here being accusatory when
I
you have no
am
business
because
what the fuck you're talking
accusatory is
about.
facts. You got that in your
You don't
bio.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know that you're just like these beggars and scammers that we cover.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I
You
do.
absolutely don't.
Because when I need something, I don't use other people's money for it.
Nobody's used other people's money.
You said
I
it's
can
for Toys
legit
for
show you.
Tots. You
No, no,
donate, right?
no, no. I come with receipts. Period.
You donate. You said I donate, but that's in there for Toys for Tots. So when other people give you money, you use
That's
their
no.
money. That's
Do
not
some
you
research, you
donating.
dumbass. Do
That's
some
not you
Okay.
research on my
donating.
fucking page.
And you
You
know
dumb
what,
bitch.
Bubbies?
Bubby,
I've been
Do some
told
fucking
hold
worse, not
on,
research.
better.
hold
So
on,
keep it
Judge.
coming. You
No, no,
Bubby,
I'm
disrespectful.
not
curse one
holding
more
on.
time and you're
This,
out.
this,
Keep it
this,
coming. You
this
disrespectful.
involves my grandchild. She
You're
can
not
legit go
grown. You
fuck
acting like a
herself.
2-year-old. You ain't grown.
Oh no, 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 no. Oh, because it's something you don't want to hear.
No, because
It's
grown
something you
people
don't
don't
want to
talk
hear.
to other grown people like that.
No,
Bubbies,
no,
that's
no, no.
why.
When you're grown, you come receipts. I got receipts,
So
girl.
now you're using your grandchild for monetary gain. That's what I'm
you're
hearing.
you're you're funny. You're
No, I'm not
funny.
funny. I'm
Yeah,
factual.
you absolutely are funny.
You're
Digital,
using
fix
your
your thing.
grandchild for
Fix.
financial gain. Got it.
Yep. Yep.
Which is what
That's it,
normal
you
scammers do. They
dumbass.
use children and
Okay,
animals.
bye.
That's it, you
Bye.
dumbass.
Right, right. I'll stay dumb, but
I'm
when I
not doing
donate to
that.
Toys for Tots, it'll be out of my own money, not because somebody donated. Thank you for letting me up, Digital.
Of course, you know anytime.
I hope you have a beautiful morning, baby.
You too. And your live was phenomenal last night. Somebody said that Caught in 4K is using this live as a gift bag. What does that mean? How can somebody use my live for a gift bag? I'm confused. Right, Sarah. It would be a link to Toys for Tots. I don't get it. Truth absolutely speaks facts. She comes with the receipts like almost no other. So, boop. But if you thought you was gonna come in here and run things to the left, to the left. But I'm trying to figure out, what does that mean that 4K is using. She's re. Why would she be restreaming my live? That's weird. If you want your people to learn about what I'm talking about, why wouldn't they just come in here? Lewis, the whole gifting is not my issue. My issue is, why wouldn't the people come watch me directly? It's not like people are blocked. I have never seen anybody restream another anti-scam video. I mean, live. I understand scammers, but why my live? Like, come in here and watch me if that's what you want to do. Oh, no, no problem. No problem. Miss, again, scammers I understand because we're trying to keep their numbers low. But I don't understand what restreaming me is supposed, like, what is the goal of restreaming me? She's trying to educate her people because more knowledge about. Okay. I, I, all right. I'll deal with it on the back end. Now we all know that Carrie is a wash, rinse, repeat, right? Like at this point, thank you, Guardians of Valor. I agree. Like, come in if you find my content interesting. Come in and be here. But whatever, I'll deal with it. So Carrie is, yes, I've changed the photo. Everybody tap 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 tap. Because we know she got people around that love to watch and see what people say and do about her. But be willing to come in here and answer a couple of questions. You want to report my page, be my guest, but be willing to come in here and answer a couple of questions without losing your mind, especially her mods, because we know there is video after video showing her nonsense, right? But there's a new video, or a newer video, that is a result of the wheel. Now, you all know that the wheel is illegal. I've shown it, I've proven it. In the state she lives in, it is gambling. And gambling on TikTok is illegal, not illegal, is against TikTok's community guidelines. Why they find her wheel okay to promote is beyond me. The only thing I think is that the algorithm not only takes into account what's happening, but how many people are involved. And because there are so many people in her life, TikTok is turning a blind eye, like they do to all the other nonsense they tolerate on this app. I don't understand how Sarah Honolulu can have those minor children in her live. I don't care that her live is private. Those are young children. They're not even teenagers yet. But yet, she gets to keep it. But me having a picture of somebody is wrong. But that's why I put fair use. It's fair use TikTok. I'm allowed to use it to provide a critique of what I see happening. Oh, if you're cutting out, go out and come in, but it could just be because I'm getting reported, which is why I'm asking everybody to like. But the woman won the wheel, and according to Carrie, when you win, you are allowed to pick the nail you want. Or the set of nails, I'm sorry. She picked the one she wants, and yet Carrie didn't send them in a timely manner. And again, this is all part of the scam, because anybody who's running a legitimate business doesn't do the things that Carrie does. Even, let's forget about the fact that it's not a registered business. She doesn't have any business insurance. She's not paying any taxes on this money. That she's running an illegal gambling on TikTok. Let's move all of that aside. If you're selling something to people, you keep documentation. You know who's who. If you were even smarter, you would know what set of nails you sent to who. There should be a spreadsheet, a document, something. But Carrie is not in it to improve her business. She is in it to get money. So what you get, how you get, the quality of what you get is of zero concern to her. They keep saying there's old videos of her making nails. That's great. I want to see her make a set of nails from beginning to end that she then sells on TikTok. What you did a year ago has nothing to do with what you do now, especially considering that you are being accused of buying nails and selling them. The fact that a businesswoman isn't business minded enough to quote unquote prove everybody wrong tells you everything you need to know. So this young lady won the wheel. And for anybody who isn't aware, the reason why the wheel is gambling and it is illegal is because if you're doing a raffle using a wheel, there are certain conditions. One being that unless you are a nonprofit, you are not allowed to collect any money. And in the state of Ohio, even if you are a nonprofit, if you are going to sell tickets or whatever you do in order for someone to win a raffle, you have to have a state exception. Even as a nonprofit, you have to get permission to sell something in order to win something. That is the condition that she's violating. So everybody involved with the wheel needs to understand you are violating Ohio state law. And I would suggest you look in your own state to see if it's illegal as well. And by the way, the state of Ohio knows that it is happening because I reported it myself. And I didn't report it because of her. I reported it because of what she's doing to the people. She gets about $200 per wheel for one pair of nails that she sells for $100. And y'all don't see what's wrong with that? She doesn't even try to sell the nails anymore. And why won't she sew the nails over and over and over again if that's what she's trying to sell? She gets frustrated. But let me go back to the story. So the woman wins. She tells Carrie what she wants. Carrie doesn't send it in a timely manner. And because she doesn't actually make note of who the person is and exactly what they want, as time goes by, and she done 50 other wheels in the meantime, she couldn't remember what this woman wanted. And by the time she sent the woman, she just picked the nails she wanted to send. And I wouldn't doubt if they were nails that she couldn't sell. Because people are constantly asking for short nails, which is what this woman wanted. And instead of Carrie sending her those nails, she sent her another pair of nails that were super duper long. And they didn't fit her nail beds. So much for send me a picture of your hand with a quarter next to it and I'll make sure it fits you. So much for that. And I'm going to get back to that craziness as well. So the lady let her know those weren't the nails. She would see if her daughter could use them, but she couldn't. The daughter was like, no. She even tried cutting them shorter to see if she could use them. Because at this point, she spent $20. And I showed y'all, she could get 5 pair of nails from Shein and Temu for that same $20. But they didn't fit. It didn't work. And since those aren't the nails she wanted something for winning the wheel that could work for her. In the middle of all of this conversation, Carrie gets a chargeback from somebody with a similar name. Now, again, if you were keeping record, you would have known that they were two different people. But she tries to do this from memory because she doesn't really care about the client. She cares about the $20. So she starts going off on the woman. And the woman was like, that wasn't me. I'm not that person. And then when Carrie looks back, she's like, oh, I'm sorry. You done just went off on the wrong person. And you think a sorry suffices? You and the woman was like, I wish I had taken a picture because Carrie couldn't even remember the nails I was trying to describe to her. Thank you, Sherry. That is the backup. Let me say hello so people can know that that's where we're going. I agree with you, Easy. So, okay. Now it's time to make it right with this woman who won the wheel, right? You done already got $200 for the nails, so it's not like you're out any money. You sell them for $100, so even sending her another set of nails, you would still be whole, right? What did Carrie do? Did she address it? Did she try to fix it? No. She blocked her. So, Carrie, how are you going to convince people she's a liar? That she doesn't know what she's talking about. She posted the text messages between you. How are you going to call her a liar? But I've been saying this for a minute, and I would love her mods to answer, since they know all the answers to everything, since they are the people who provide her the proof she needs. By the way, guys, we're going to go over, but I guess that's fair since I didn't go live twice last week. But if any of the mods need to go, I know it's a holiday. I understand. But my question is this. So she makes a set of nails. Let's use the nails that she got from Amazon. The one with that's black, that has all of the Halloween references, which a woman was like, look at the one from Amazon and look at hers. Well, because you weren't being intellectually honest, you showed the long nails and compared it to hers. But you didn't go find the shorter nails and compare that to hers, because the shorter nails look just like hers. Of course, the ghost was shorter on hers because it was shorter nails. You compared it to the extra long nails and said, see, they're different. You needed to do another click, my dear. Because another click would have shown that those nails came in multiple sizes. And she was selling the shorter size. But I digress. My question is this. If you are making those nails to fit the individual's nail beds, why are they gone after you sell them? Because to me, it only makes logical sense in my mind that if I'm able to sell a set of nails and they do well, then I'm going to keep them in my rotation. If I'm going to make one of a kind nails, then I need to know your nail bed before I send them to you. Or I need to say, these are medium nail beds, so only buy them if you fit the medium size. Because we know, for me personally, nail bed size is my very first question. Even when I'm on TikTok and I see other people, I ask, because I have extremely wide nail beds. I showed that to y'all. Thank you, Judge. So if you're doing one of a kind nails, then you need to let everybody know. So that means that the wheel would only work if you had nails for every nail bed size there was. And you can't tell me the people that are in there every day, her mods in particular, haven't noticed that if she was doing it to your nail bed size, the nails that she showed originally would still be there. She would have a group, a pile of nails that she did as samples for what she could do for you. Because my question is this: why is it that if I pick a design and I send her my nail bed size, that's custom? Why would that be custom? Why would that be custom? Because isn't that what you do for everybody else for every pair of nails? You size it for them, which means if I have wider nail beds than the nails you do, you'd have to remake them for me. Now I know I'm not gonna come here every time and have something new to say about her, but I'm gonna keep saying it as long as she's on here taking advantage. I'm going to read her every day that I come live until more people start to understand, because she is still selling nails. She is still getting people to do the wheel. For what? What you get, you are lucky if it works for you. And I remember one day she literally said to somebody, I promise they'll fit. How can you promise they're gonna fit? Let me tell you something. She wonders why she can't sell nails. A, you won't show us making it. B, you don't show the wheel. You flash the phone. We can't see anything. You don't show us the wheel spinning. We don't get to see who wins. I personally think she picks a random name. The wheel, rules aren't consistent, so that it'll be the first girls that give me $20 get 10 spots. The next day, because she couldn't sell anything the day before, the first two people that send $20 will get 30 spots. Well, why do the people yesterday get disenfranchised? Because they were first. Again, you can't do that and it be legal. The rules have to be consistent. They have to be the same for everybody. But because all she cares about is the dollar, she makes up the rules as she goes along. When people come in and say, I didn't get you're lying, you're a troll. She spends the entire life in her other phone saying, the fuck? And calling everybody a troll. At what point are you going to get back to selling nails? And I'll say it and I've said it and I'll say it again. She can't sell on TikTok Shop. She can't make a website. She can't post her nails because she doesn't want proof. TikTok wants to know your business information before you can sell on TikTok. Thank you. She doesn't want anybody to be able to clock it. But baby, every single one of your lives are recorded. Okay? But that's why she doesn't want to keep showing the nails over and over and over again. She knows she's being watched. Because it doesn't make sense. I can see the numbers go up, right? So can she. So she knows that from the time she showed the nails when she had 300 people, and now she has 600 people, 300 new people came in and didn't see you show the nails. Why are you frustrated? When you get to 1,000, you know another 400 people have come in. What do you mean you're sick of showing the nails? The numbers have risen. This isn't about her using her craft to make money, to take care of herself. This is, how can I get as much money as possible with the least amount of effort? And let's not forget, she plans on refiling for Social Security because she has a mental health condition. But even according to her, her limbs work. And that's why she got denied the first time. She can't pay taxes on the money that she's getting from selling these nails because then she would show she was working. Correct, Princess Peach. I said that some time ago. If you're going to buy something from somebody, use PP and make sure it goes goods and services so that you at least have protected yourself enough that if the product you get is trash, you can go to PayPal and say, I either didn't get it, I didn't get what I purchased, and you can easily do a chargeback. She doesn't want that though. She wants you to use an app that she gets the money immediately. It's 3 people in that room, according to her. Her mother gets a check. So why is she crying that she has to pay the rent? She doesn't say, my mom covered the first week of the month and I got to cover the rest. Every day she's crying that she has to pay her rent and she wants to be 2 days ahead. Well, how many days in a month do you need to be 2 days ahead? And then when she's like, we're behind, well, how did we get there? All of it is manipulation to get your money. And I want to also be clear about something. She's not just paying rent for the room. When you have $60 to get DoorDash, When you have a car that somebody can drive and go get it, so at the very least you don't have all of those fees. She spent $60 for one meal, and when people were like, "You DoorDashed," she was like, "Every once in a while, not when you are struggling. No, no, that's not quality money management, man. You could have spent $60 and ate for a week. Would it be steak and lobster? No. But if you are so concerned about being able to afford where you're staying, you don't spend $60 on DoorDash. And the only reason why we knew is because according to her, they charged her twice. And that was the money for the rent. If you couldn't afford $120, you shouldn't have spent any of it. It should have gone to the room. Hey, listen, we want to eat out? Well, we're going to have to think about that. It is not people's responsibility on TikTok to pay your rent. They're buying a product. And that is where you go from being a businesswoman, a seller of a product, to being a scammer. We shouldn't know that you need to pay your rent. Your rent gets paid when you sell your product. We shouldn't know a single thing about your bills. But her lives are not about selling. They're about getting money. And I'm going to scream it from the rooftops until she goes away. Because when she goes away, I go away. Until then, I'm going to stand on your neck. And let's not forget, I still have the Secretary of State in Ohio to call. It was recommended to me by the State Attorney General's office that I also call the Secretary of State. Haven't done it yet, but I plan on. And if you have purchased nails from her and feel you were scammed, you can call the State Attorney General's office and make a complaint, and they will try to get you your money back. Okay, we still got 2 people. Dang, we still got 2 people. I'm glad it's a holiday, because Jesus. Who do I want to do? Okay. Y'all know how I feel about her. Everybody, I changed the photo. Please like the live until you feel the heart's tale. It's 431 people in here. The number should go up if everybody is tapping. Please. Jesus has nothing. Listen, Jesus gets me through these when I get frustrated. But, of course, perfect timing to talk about Jesus, right? I've said this and I'm going to say it again. Carla, if God is telling you that social media is the career path he wants you to go down, why aren't you doing it? What would Jesus do? Facts, he wouldn't be on here begging. What day was this? This was Saturday around 2:30 p.m. Oh, thank you. Oh, the number is great. I just want everybody to do their part. Because I feel like if you're here, what do they say? If you're not tapping, you're napping. What do the scammers say? Taps are free. They kill me with that. But they don't just want your taps. Let me explain why they want your taps. They want your taps because even if you're not going to give any money, they hope that your taps will bring somebody in that will. Okay. She said that she believes that everything is going to work out. It's going to get fixed. But that this is the season of stripping her pride because she used to have a lot of pride before she was homeless. She thought that, they had to be on rugs or they had to have done something actively wrong to be in this set of circumstances. And now that she's had to go through everything she's had to go through, it has stripped her of her pride. I didn't have to ever be homeless to not look down on a homeless person, man. My spiritual journey let me know that everybody on this earth is equal. Even back in the times of the Jews when it came, I'm talking about the Jews of the Bible, not the Jews of now. There were poor people. And God would make anybody who had crops, meat, you name it, they had to leave a portion so that the people who were poor could get some. I can't remember what part of it, but they were commanded because God wanted everyone to be taken care of. So who am I to look down on anybody? But you needed your pride stripped. I think you need it stripped some more. Because now your pride is that you feel like people are supposed to take care of you because God told you so. If you read your Bible, you know that the apostles still worked. They didn't get a free ride. When they sometimes went to a congregation, people in the congregation would make donations to them. They didn't tell the congregation, well, I'm here now. And so I'm going to lay in your house, let you feed me and take care of me, and I'll get back to preaching when I feel better. They had to make Jesus rest. And yet you are telling people, God is providing for me because he wants me to rest. Rest from what? Correct, Cindy. What are you resting from? You're almost 30 years old and doing nothing. And using your limited knowledge of the Bible to take advantage of people who are connected to you because they feel like the Lord is working through you. I'm going to remind you, Jesus said that everybody that did miracles in my name, that called my name, doesn't know me. Compare her actions to what you know. What you know. Does she does she expect God to give her a multi-million-dollar contract with Twitch? while she lays in the bed and does nothing? Does she expect an apartment and a job, working for Twitch, to land in her lap while she lays in the bed and rests? Give God something to bless and he can bless you. But why do you only come on when you need to let everybody know that they need to bless you, that God is using them to bless you, so you don't have to go in a lobby and cry because you don't know where you're going to go next? And every day it's the same thing. If the people that you built your platform on, you built it by talking about God and your spiritual journey, you'd get more donations doing that. What are they arguing about now, Mama Bear? Good
Goodness.
morning. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking.
It's okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Bubby's Gigi, I am highly concerned about your comments, and I just need to find out if you have a question. Dee Dee, I am so sorry. I know that you're going over because you have a lot of information for the grid that needs to be covered, but I'm shocked. I want to know what's going on with Gigi because Gigi, you've been around since November 15th, 2024 when you caught my attention in Kim Peters' chat. So you like some Matt Country Boy and Tim and Angela recently. So I'm just curious what's going on.
She done already got up here and got told off. Like, what is she doing? We
So
can mute her.
So why are you back, Bubbies? I mean, you want some attention? Let's do it. You want some attention from everybody? That's fine. Everybody that's in this chat, Bubbies doesn't need to be sitting anywhere with us. You don't kick dirt in good, loyal people's faces. This isn't right.
All because you got called out and everybody now knows that you have a CA in your bio that you claim is for your grandson for Toys for Tots?
But it's not just a CA, it's a PP as well.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, if you're
I
not
don't
doing anything wrong, why are you so mad?
Right. Reach out to somebody and have a conversation. There's no sense coming up in here and saying that we're lying on people and you're bringing Jesus into it. And then you said you don't give a AF.
Oh, she sounds like she's asking for a block.
From everyone. And the thing is, she's in here all the time. She's in All for One's chat. She's around. But my concern is that with your comments, that is why people consider you an enabler, and there's a potential that you did give Tim and Angela money, and you
Oh, she
see
said
what we're
she
saying?
did. She said she did give him money.
Okay, well, you've been here since November 15th, 2024, when you first caught my attention in Kim Peters' chat. So at least, and you may have been here longer, but you got my attention then. From that long ago, and you've been sitting kicking it over here with us, and you still gave a scammer, liar, and somebody who's taking advantage of good, kind-hearted people money? But come up here acting like a fool.
Right.
Jesus
Cursing
would
and
lie
all
on
that.
others, and Jesus would acknowledge.
And
You all
Jesus
can't do
would
that.
not be
You all cannot do
manipulated
that.
by
You say
people on the
whatever God
internet
says.
to grown, able-bodied adults. They wouldn't be taken advantage of, and they would
No,
not.
nobody has been manipulated by him.
So,
Nobody has been manipulated by him.
But
okay, so
Nobody.
why do you waste your time coming
I'm
up in
not
here with good,
nobody.
loyal people
Period.
and then go over there and give your money to Tim and Angela? Why?
They're not. No, but show me where I've been giving money to them. Show me.
You already
Please
said that you
show me
did.
where I gave them money. Show me where anybody. One time, the first time I got on here last July.
But wait a minute. What I find
The
interesting
first time I
is
got on
that,
here last July.
okay, why were you in Kim
The
Peters'
next
live?
thing is this. Show me.
Why
I
were
don't even
you
know
in
who
Kim
Kim Peters
Peters'
is.
live?
I scroll all the time.
Mm.
I don't even know who Kim Peters is.
Bubbles.
There's so
Bubs,
many on here. That one you had on here a little while ago, I have never seen that one either.
Kim
did you
Peters
give
is an
money to
oldie.
anybody on this internet?
I absolutely did. I gave $20 a year ago, last July. The first night I ever got on TikTok.
And who
I
was
was
that?
in Texas at MD Anderson.
Okay, was it a known
I
scammer?
sure did.
It was
Was it
him and Angela.
It wasn't known to me. It's not known if you just now get on this app. And that's what y'all don't understand. Y'all pick and choose words and twist it around for views and likes.
no,
And I have
Bubbies?
legit said from the get-go,
No.
yes, one time I did. The first night I ever got on TikTok, I was in Texas and sent them $20 because I was like, oh my God, they're homeless in a car. I sure did.
Right, but
So
my
And I'm an
question
adult and I have
is
no
this:
problem
why
saying
are
that.
you
But
going
what I do
off,
have a problem with
Bubbies?
is people lying.
Bubbies, why are you going off in my chat though? What's the point?
Because people need to stop lying.
Okay, but
Period.
wait a minute though. You
You
made
get on
a
here and
point,
say, you get on here.
Bubbies, don't make me mute you. Don't overtalk me. You're a grown woman, but so am I. You came up here. I had you in the box. I let you say what you wanted to say about what you did, right? You got called out for having the stuff in in your thing bio. I don't have nothing. I didn't even go look. I'm here in the live. You said what you said. I asked you to
And
stop cursing.
I posted the
Buddies,
link,
I'm
digital.
talking. Do not overtalk me. I'm not a child. I let you say what you wanted to say the first time, but you're not going to run my live. This is my live. If you don't like what I do here, go to your own and go live. But you're not going to overtalk me like I'm a child. First of all, I let you say what you wanted to say. I asked you to stop cursing. You refused to do so because you're disrespectful. And then you want to come and be in my chat and go back and forth. You said what you wanted to say. So don't think that you're going to be
No,
able to
actually,
come over
I
here
posted.
and be a Billy Badass and run things. That's not how I run my platform. If there's something you want to say, go
Nobody said
live
nothing
and
about
do it.
running things.
Okay. If you try to overtalk me again, you're out. When I'm talking, your mouth is closed.
Oh, you're not going to talk to me like a kid. Acknowledge your fucking truth, digital. Period.
That's a blocker. Now blocker. Now blocker. Because I've asked you not to curse in my live. She continues to do so because she's trying to get the live taken because she's butthurt about getting called out. I asked you not to overtalk me. This is my live. And you want to be in the comments causing ruckus about something we've already passed? She said she gave it to them once and she hasn't given it to them again. Fine, no problem. You said what you said, you're gone. But you think you're going to come in here and run things? Baby girl, you better go run your sons because you can't run diddly squat over here. Period. Trying to talk to me like I'm a child. Try again. I'm sorry, Kim.
Not at all. On it today. Stand on it. I don't understand. And then we've got Italian in the comments saying, why is it matter to us why people give their money?
Oh,
Italian, I want you to know that those comments right there, there's people on the internet who really know what it's like to be cold, hungry, and really sleeping in their car, needing diapers for their kids. But you've got people that come on here and manipulate good people like the ones that are in this chat, and then they get the money, and then there's homeless veterans on the street who fought for our country that could have used that money. Kids at schools who are squirreling away their lunch in their backpack to take food home to their little brothers and sisters who aren't old enough of school age. Those kind of people need help, not able-bodied adults who are on the app holding a phone wishing you had money, or people with their cash apps like you in your bio.
I invited you up, Italian. You are welcome to the box.
And if it's a misunderstanding, then it should be addressed as a misunderstanding. If you're truly trying to learn, like why you're here, thank you for being here to learn about the grid and know what these people are doing. So when you see their faces, you know they're lying to you for your money. But if people come on here and freely decide that they're going to give their money, they need to know the truth. That's where digital comes in. That's where All for One comes in. That's where all these people in the chat come in. To tell people who just scroll by, like Bubby's last July. She said it was her first day on the internet, and she gave money to Tim and Angela because she thought they were living in their car. They are living better than every single one of us in the chat.
Italian, I've invited you to the box because I'm not going to go back and forth with comments. But I'll tell you why I do it, because I technically can only speak for myself. I see you guys. I haven't forgotten you. I'm going to let you up. So, Italian, you want to know why I do it. So, I do it because I think about the fact that it could be my grandmother, my mother, my sister, my cousin, my great grandmother, who's on this app looking for community. Thank you, Judge. They're on this app looking for community. They find people that they see that they think need help, and they help. And then they get hit up on the back end. Oh, you sent me $20 before. Can you send me another 20? And then another 20, and then another 20. And before you know it, their social security check, their 401k disbursement is gone. And when they come back to that person, the person will block them. It's the fact that they feel like they get benefits that are your pre-tax dollars. Then they ask for your after-tax dollars. And then when you get your tax return, they want more. They want you to take care of their Christmas and then all of their kids' birthday parties. Or there's somebody like Carla, who's almost 30 years old, who needs to rest. Bitch, you haven't worked long enough to rest. Do you hear me? You haven't worked long enough to rest. But you want other people's money. That's why I do it. And if you have a problem with the fact that I don't want other people to be taken care of, as my daddy would say, you need to have your head examined. Period.
Italian, I don't want you leaving here thinking that anybody here is threatening you. There
Who threatens you?
people who care about people to get up as early as Digital Diz on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Digital After Dark on Saturdays, don't threaten people. They don't take their time to do research and come in here and talk about the facts that they see during the week. Everyone in this chat is trying to help you understand that people are on here for bad intentions.
I have never threatened anybody on this app. The one thing you have to know about me is that I'm smart. I would never get caught anywhere threatening anybody that someone could do a recording of. So you can take that accusation and go try to get some money from your apps in your bio, because that's not here. Hold on. I gotta let people up. Hold on. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to comment on, why people do this from an outsider's perspective, right? Back in the day when people started begging and they were begging on the streets, what happened? Eventually, people figured out that sometimes it's a scam and they spread the word. This is no different. We're just now in a digital age. And so it has to start all over again. People have and will continue to evolve how they beg for money. So, without people like yourself educating us and keeping us up to date, how will the rest of us know that, hey, this is a scam? Because factually, anybody that clicks on Faith's page, and that's who I really came up here to talk about, anybody that clicks on Faith's page, right? They could be um completely fooled by her little act and her alligator tears, right? And like you said, start handing over cash. And they did, to the tune of $90,000. And guess what? She didn't use it for not a single thing she said she was going to use it for. Now she's on the internet faking, crying. Oh, I'll give the money back. So where's the money? Give it back. Give it back. But unless we have pages like yours, Digital, where you bring the consciousness, where you bring the perspective and shine light on people's straight up lies. I mean, these guys are on the internet lying, and some of y'all are accepting it. Not y'all in the comments, but just netizens in general. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ladybug. Italian, I don't want you leaving here thinking you were attacked. You weren't attacked. And I just saw you say, why can't people put their thoughts in the chat without getting attacked? You were not attacked. But truthfully, if you had questions that you continue to think that these people on the grid are not worthy of taking advantage of people, kindness isn't weakness. There's no reason for people to come in here and disrupt anything going on when they're taking their time away from their family to help people with kind hearts because it matters to them. Nobody's going to get attacked just because you come in here and you give a thought. But if you genuinely had a good question, then it seems to me it would have been a little bit more respectful, and it wouldn't have been during a time frame where we were trying to work out an issue. But I either Digital invited you to the box or come in my DMs and let's talk about it and have a good conversation about why these people want to help, because most of these people have been taken advantage of and it does not feel good. Then there's other people who sit back and watch and know that your money should be in your community. Donate to the people that you see every day in your own community.
I love what you said last night about donate to when you can see your eyeball.
Yeah, the whites of your eyes. If you can't pass them on the street, or if you feel like you need to give some money, there are organizations out there that you can get a tax break on, so you benefit as well. Sorry.
Okay. Italian is a Sheena supporter.
Oh, we haven't gotten to her yet. Stick
She's a
around,
senior.
Italian.
Sheena sweeter. She's in it. She's in there gifting. She's in there mostly every night. She says she's a Sheena supporter.
Oh, well,
Yep.
good. I'm
Yes,
glad
ma'am.
you did.
And for her to not box up, what does that tell you?
Yeah.
And she
But
she
I
comes on.
threatened you. Okay.
Right. She literally pays Sheena's bill. She gives her and this and that and this and that. Like I said, these people really, yeah. She's a Sweetser supporter. She'll probably go there
Stick
and
around.
right. That's what made me mad. She comes in here and talks about this platform. Girl, go by Sheena. She's never been in here before. I think this is her first time here. It makes me mad because go by Sheena. Italian must like to be treated like crap because that's what Sheena treats her people that she has.
Absolutely. And I'm going to get to it in just 1 second.
And she is a scammer. She is a scammer to put all her wait. Not to be anything ahead, but she has her daughter living with her, and they have an Amazon wish list, and they have her PayPal because clothes got stolen. Girl, you're 20 years old. You ain't no kid. Oh, don't talk about my kid. She ain't no kid. She's 20 years old.
Right.
I just wanted to say that. because it's it infuriates me. I'm not very vocal person on here, but it really does.
I appreciate you, Disturbed One.
But that's who she is, and I'll call anybody who I see who's in here who is a Sheena supporter. Kindness to what? To Sheena? She ain't kind at all.
At all.
She milks
She's one
people
of
to pay her
the
bills.
rudest people on this app.
She
But I
is.
want to go ahead because I'm going to talk about
Okay.
her in a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna drop. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Hi, here for this BS. Did you need to request here for this BS? Hello? I guess not. She must not have meant to. Okay. Governors of Valor, did you want to come up? Because I saw you request and then
I am so glad that more people are talking about Sheena. I scrolled by several live streams last night and truth is being spilled. And I don't want to say anybody's names because I don't have permission, but they were talking about how, at this point, it's not just the beggars that are the problem, the enablers. The enablers would go away if the beggars had nothing, if it dried up.
correct.
So I know we're preaching to the choir, but we're also preaching to those who are window licking, and they were right. Enablers are the problem. So when you see them, call them out. Be respectful. Message them. Keep your screenshots of the conversations you have so people like Bubbies can't say they're being attacked. Always be respectful.
Yes.
And let's stay on Sheena because damn, she's horrible. I'm going to get down so you can handle business. Thank you, Dee Dee, for what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. So, Carla. Okay, Governors of Valor. What did I say? Governors. So, then she went on this whole rant about how when she used to make videos asking for money specifically, but God told her to stop doing that. And so now she just comes online and talks a little bit, but most of the time she's too tired to even do that. Like, she doesn't even want to have to get on and do that. She does it because she wants money. Okay? She needs the money for the place to stay and for food delivery, etc. So she acts like she's bothered by coming on. But we know why you're bothered. Because you wouldn't come on if you didn't need another influx of money. Girl, you lied about getting $900 randomly in your account so you could leave Nashville. And guess where you are? Nashville. Why did you lie? Sister Soldier? Mrs. getting word directly from the Lord herself? Why did you lie? Because again, the scripture says that a liar is no better than a murderer. Again, when you don't know the Bible and you want to just use the scriptures that fit your narrative, the Bible encourages and condemns. It's a double-edged sword. You are so godly and holy. Why are you lying about something that was completely unnecessary to lie about? And then when you slipped, you realized you slipped, and you're going to have a nerve to say, you guys didn't hear that, because I don't really want people to know where I am. But we didn't have to know where you are. You didn't have to lie about your location. You didn't have to mention your location at all. But you want people to think that you are connected to God. So you made up a story that suddenly there was almost $1,000 in your account. But you wanted everybody to know that while it sounds like a lot, it's not. Because you had to get new luggage and you had to buy an airline ticket and you had to get hotel rooms. And you were lying about the entire story. And let's be clear. Where did she say it? Because I almost fell out the bed. Hold on. Let me find it because I want to be able to read it correctly. Wait, let me make sure this wasn't a different day. Dang. Okay, wait. Give me a second. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Here we go. We found it. All right. So now that she no longer posts and asks for help, God has put people in her path so she doesn't have to ask. Girl, every time you get on here, that's what you're doing. It's called dry begging. And if you go to my page, you'll see a pinned a pinned post that's the spectrum of scamming. And dry begging is on it, my dear. That's what you're doing. This was the part that got me, though. She said she's talking about this leap of faith, and she says she's left her abusive family, and because of all of that, it helped her to be non-judgmental and humble, because God has led her to do social media full time, and so she took that leap of faith. Do you know what social media full time is? I don't even do social media full time, and I'm here 9 hours plus. You come on for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half max every day, and you consider that social media full time? Girl, bye. But then she said, at one point she wanted to be an actress, so she moved to Hollywood. And she was also in the sex industry. What? But she modified the Hollywood and said, well, Hollywood industry somewhat. You were in the sex industry? Oh, Jordan Paul just went live. Somebody go see what she's begging for. Exactly. Begging is not content. And then she said people are jealous and mad. Of what? That people are giving you money that you can stay in a hotel? Guess what? I'll pick my life. You know why? Because I am not dependent on another person to have a roof over my head. What could I possibly be jealous of? Yeah, Ruru, that's right. She was looking for dog food yesterday. People aren't angry at you because of your circumstances that we want to be in. We're angry that you feel like you don't have to do anything to change your own circumstances. We're angry that we feel like that at almost 30 years old, you think that you're supposed to live on people's handouts. You've been in a hotel, right, for a minute. Could God be, if God is really talking to you, could God be telling you you're going to be okay with the hotel? Go get a job? You haven't had to worry about a hotel for a few weeks. So go get a job. And she's already complaining about Twitch because Twitch is really a streamer's app. Like it's an all day long thing. It's a you get to know everything about my life thing. And she's like, and they have to collaborate, and I really don't want to collaborate. You can't. She's mad at Facebook for not making money on Facebook because she doesn't want to do what is required. She has the followers. She has to do videos a minute long and have 100,000 views in that time. In a month, I'm sorry. 28 days, I think it is. You doing videos asking for money does not meet the algorithm's requirements. You can't beg for money and be monetized. Or let me put it this way. If you're monetized, you can't get money off of begging videos. So was it God that told you to stop doing begging videos, or was it TikTok? Right, Robin. I'm going to talk about her on Wednesday. I have some Zim content. Who would want to? She's like, trade places with me. Who wants to trade places with you? I don't. But we needed to know she only had a few dollars in her account. And if anybody would like to give her money, they can. But she's not asking for it. She don't even, right, Ladybug, she don't even want to trade places with herself. But she's grateful, of course. She said, because even with all the help for months, nothing has changed about my circumstances. Well, whose fault is that? Then she had a nerve to say that people come in her life for a season. They come in your life for a season because when they're no longer funding your life, you have no more use for them. That's why it's a season. So then she got a restriction. I don't even know for what, because I didn't report her. And she's like, oh my God, I got a restriction. You see, these monitoring spirits are trying to hurt me. She's a sensitive person and she feels energy. And so she knows it's a monitoring spirit. You been hanging out with World Lives? Princess Peach, that strep story, when she was like, I did a video visit, and at first she's like, I don't want to be around a whole bunch of people, I'm sick. No, you did a video visit because you knew if you really went in there, they would have known that it wasn't strep throat. They would have known it wasn't strep throat, Jordan. That's why you did a video visit. Stop lying. Anyway, back to Carla. You did not feel a monitoring spirit. You saw a TikTok restriction. I'm wondering if she thinks that when TikTok talks to her that it's God. I just made that connection. God isn't talking to you through TikTok, Carla. Okay? Then she said that it's sad that people put her in a box with liars and manipulators. She has learned that she doesn't need to explain herself to people. Let me explain this to you, sweetheart. If you are getting money from people and they want an explanation, you have to give it. I feel sorry if you think that that's how life works. Because anybody, even a loan shark, wants to know where their money is going because they want to know how they're going to get paid back. You can't walk into any loan officer and say, I want your money, and not give an explanation. Then she said that her dad didn't believe she was going to school, that he would accuse her of having sex, so he sent his employees to stalk her at school. When were we in the sex industry, Carla? Like when you were in high school? And so you want me to believe that your father paid employees to not work and just watch you? Mind you, her dad was in the military. Come on now. Her rabbit hole is deep because she keeps making it deep. That she feels negative vibes. There's a heaviness. And so now she knows it's time for her to go. You got a restriction. That was the heaviness. Carla, God isn't talking to you through TikTok. And she's like, I love you. Your lives are dry begging sessions. That's it. That's all. But thank you for all the new info because it helps me it gives me insight into what's wrong. And I'm going to say this. You better stop playing with God. It's not going to work out in your favor. At all. Next. Last person of the day. So, let's go back to Saturday. It was about 2:50 p.m. on Saturday. And she came on saying that she is trying to have a good day on here. Her version of a good day on TikTok is getting her gift gallery filled, getting her fragments done, and making money so she can pay her rent. Again, battling is supposed to be a good time. She needs $75 for what? She wants 75 for the room and 30 for the dogs? Well, dang. Thank you, Ladybug. A fragment is something that people who battle get based on getting their gift goals. So I saw Kayla Weisner asking for, what was it? No, it was Sammy Licious, who I'm going to hit up soon. I'm just got to watch a little while longer. It's something that they get when they reach a certain goal limit. And if they don't, they start losing fragments. And I'm assuming that when you fill a fragment, you get money. So that's why fragments are so important. Oh, it determines how much of a percentage of money you get. Yeah. Because you make money from the gifts you get, and then TikTok pays you for being a creator on here. And I guess the fragments determine what percentage you get. So this is her work as far as she's concerned. Why is it that it will only be a good day if people take the money they've earned and give it to you for nothing? She brought a vacuum cleaner with some of the money and ran around in a circle talking about, this is content. I'm vacuuming. This is content. This is content. I'm mopping the floor. This is that's not content. And this is what's so crazy. There's a black creator, female black creator on here that makes cleaning content. It has literally changed her life. She gets free vacations because when she goes into a hotel room, she cleans the entire room. Toilet, the walls, the tub, and she has like this package of travel things that she brings with her to show you how she does it. The house she lives in now is from making money on TikTok. It's beautiful. That is cleaning content. She's not on here battling while she's cleaning her own home, saying, give me gifts, give me gifts. That is not content. And gifting is supposed to be a fun exercise, right? It shouldn't result in you going off, rage baiting, rage quitting, going off on the people you battle, being angry that you've been up from 6:30 a.m. It's now 10 p.m. at night, and you still expect to win. But we started off with, she still can't get her gift goal filled. She doesn't know what she did. She actually had a sticker that said, gifts are fun. Fun for who? Because the only person working that's benefiting is you. And then, of course, when she gets called out for being mean and nasty and going overboard, she's like, guys, I have a gift goal. I have a gift gallery. If you guys can fill it, great. And if not, okay, I understand. I just want to keep my fragment. And we do have bills here, and since the trolls took my business away, the trolls didn't take your business away. You were stupid and didn't pay your taxes, and the government said pay taxes and the business is over. If you were doing business correctly, you wouldn't have this problem. So no, the trolls didn't take it. When you're doing things right, they can't take anything. Really, I didn't even realize she was doing that. But you could pretend like you're going to be the nicer, gentler Sheena. You'll be right back to screaming, yelling, and raging in 15 minutes. Because when she's nice, people don't feel so obligated to gift. I don't know what was the girl's name? Ireland, whatever her name was. You think it's okay for people to be intimidated into giving her gifts? Because when she's nice and calm and saying, hey, give me gifts if you want, if you don't, it's okay. But then when people don't gift, she's having a heart attack. Oh, Italian. Okay, thank you, thank you. I couldn't remember. You know, it's too many names on here. That's okay. That's okay for her to do. That's okay for her to call out somebody's name specifically. I'll use yours. And so if Italian wants to send me a galaxy, Italian can do that. If Italian wants to send me a fireworks, she can do that. That's nobody's business. Why are you calling out somebody in particular? And of course, that said person showed up and filled her gift gallery. Is it Regina? Yeah. That I knew it was an R. I couldn't remember exactly, T-Nook. The power of persuasion. And she'll be like, I really care about Regina. No, you don't. You care about what Regina can give you. But my question is, where is Regina getting the money to pay you? What is Regina getting in return for giving you money? I think battling is the worst thing TikTok ever did because it gave scammers license to act like what they were doing was okay. Really? I know Melissa. She's asking for money for the hotel room. Last night it was dog food, and she was like, I don't even have food for myself, so I don't have anything to give the dogs. But she got off anyway. Kira! No! Kira! 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 She's gonna do it anyway. Kira! Kira! Thank you. She likes to put their balls in the water. And what to call him, Jordan. And White Sox hates that because that's the water he drinks out of. I don't know why. Then she watches it. She tries to get it out. No, one of my cats. And then she gets upset because her hand gets wet. Like, ma'am, pick a lane. I know Kira's like, you always talking to White Sox. And White Sox is behaving today. Gotta love it when it works. Regina sent a uni, then sent money for groceries the next day. Regina, I have a mansion I'm building from my $20 TikTok gifts, and I need a bridge to get to it. I need I got something you can do with your money that's better than that. I have some schools that have children that have balances that money could use so that the children don't have to worry that one day they were going to get cut off. I have some children with cancer that the parents aren't charged a dime, but the only way the hospital stays afloat is through donations. I have a homeless veteran who could use a little assistance. Tina, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Then, okay, this was the other manipulation she did that day. So she starts off by saying she's hungry, but she's not hungry. She should have eaten something before she came on, but she didn't. And she runs into the kitchen and she gets this bar and she's like, oh, I got this bar, blah, blah, blah. But the bar, she's supposed to be a diabetic, and the bar was full of sugar. She did that because she wanted people to think she didn't have food. Then she's like, this was another day. She's like, I'm sorry, that was another day. This day it was pizza. Correct. I want pizza. I really have a taste for pizza. I'm gonna go ask my husband. You mean to tell me that you're getting all of this money from people on TikTok, but you gotta ask your husband if you can order a pizza? Okay, but I knew what that was for because I knew he was going to say no. And she knew he was going to say no. So that she could come back and be like, he said no, hoping that someone would send her a pizza or send her the money for the pizza. And then he comes in, mind you, we don't hear him say no. He then comes in and is like, I'm going to go to the store and get a Supreme. Oh, so did he say no? Or did he say, we're not going to spend the money to order one, but I'll go to the store and get a frozen one? And she seemed so disappointed that it was going to be a frozen pizza. Then she literally says these words, and I quote, I miss the days when random big gifts would come in that I wasn't expecting. Because then I was able to jump up and down. Those days were fun. Are you kidding me? And you're defending that? And then she's like, I only got $1.19. How are we going to pay for anything? And then at one point, her husband said to her, I'll give you something to eat. What? We're doing that on live now? Oh, and when somebody said wow, one of her moms was like, why did you say wow? Like, what's the problem? Because her husband was being disgusting on a live. That was a wow. The fact that you don't think it's a wow means that you need to go outside and touch some grass. You are drinking her Kool-Aid, and it's laced with her dry begging. And someone said to her, entertain us. And her response to that was, no, because I'm not getting any gifts. No, she's not homeless. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Isn't it supposed to be you entertain and people give you gifts because you're entertaining them? It's not. That is her warped line of reasoning. You give me gifts and then I'll think about entertaining you. Make that make sense. Ma'am, you need to stop focusing on the gifts if you want to get them. So then yesterday, mind you, she's always complaining about not having enough food, right? Yesterday, her family went to a barbecue. Where was Sheena? At home, all alone on TikTok. Why? She said she didn't want to go. But you had the opportunity to spend time with your husband, the son, maybe even the daughter was there. They all went out to a barbecue, and she was like, "Well, I can't eat that stuff." And I even said to her, "You can't get this time back." Exactly, Sherry. You can't get this time back with your family. And she said, "Well, I'd rather be home in the quiet, alone. I'm cherishing." I said, I had said something to her about cherishing the moments. And she said, "Oh no, wait, let me give you all the context." She asked what we were doing. And I said, "Waiting for my husband so that we can spend time together. I cherish those moments." And her response was, she's cherishing her time alone. But are you alone? Because you're on TikTok begging for gifts. How is that time alone? How is that doing anything different than you do every other day? And then, of course, she mentioned that rent is due tomorrow. Rent and bills are due tomorrow. And I believe that I mentioned that it's also the first of the month and a holiday weekend for everybody else. So the people in the chat have their own bills, but they're supposed to take care of yours first? Be for real. She liked being home so that there wasn't anybody that could say anything about what she was doing. And now she doesn't even bother to do the cleaning content. She sits out on the porch. She complains about the people who go by. She loves the crickets and then she hates the noise. And she's calling out this and she's talking to the dog. Now she just sits there. Yep, she calls her chat broke when they're not giving her money. Ma'am, and then she had a nerve to say, like, I gift other people. When? Where? When are you not on live begging for TikTok gifts? I ain't never seen you in anybody's chat. Not a single person. Oh, we got to 500,000. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. That is a phenomenal job. It needs here 4 hours. I appreciate it. And then, of course, what was she upset about? Nobody was talking, nobody was tapping, nobody was gifting. And instead of just taking that time to talk to her people, to tell her how much she appreciates them, to tell them that if there's anything they'd like to ask, or for her to. No, she was ready to go. But before she went, she wanted you to know that she put those marshmallows in her showcase. So please go buy them through her showcase. Why? So she can make more money. And now we have the daughter thing of it all that I didn't even understand. Somebody stole the daughter's clothes because she left them in the cab, and now they're going to go press charges if she doesn't do the clothes, she doesn't give the clothes, leave them outside. She got to listen. You are doing your child a disservice expecting that people on TikTok are going to fund this new life she has with you. I heard I heard Judge say last night Thank you. I heard Judge say last night she has a sore back till it comes to her man. Clock that T, as they say. What, you gonna put her on SSI? Or even better, she's gonna help her get numbers so that they could battle each other, and then she don't gotta worry about battling anybody else. She's even gonna say to people, "Go over there and gift her," because it's all coming to her house. Right, Judge Truth. Sheena is one of the worst battlers on this app. Really? Yo, y'all are giving me things. Oh, the grandpa's girlfriend stole her. I couldn't understand. And people were like, why can't the grandpa just go get it? Uh-oh. Sorry, Kira has the zoomies. So I don't know what you're going to hear. Witchy ways, I say that battling is TikTok sanctioned glorified begging. It gets them away with being able to say they're not begging. That's all. Right, witchy ways. Because it's other people's money, that's why. It's not her money. So if she blows it all in one day, it doesn't matter because in her mind, she can get it tomorrow. She just needs a couple of people. And let me help you understand something, Italian, if you're still here. In her mind, y'all are stupid. Y'all are ever going to figure out that she's taking advantage of you. She just has to act like she likes you for 5 or 10 minutes, and then she could go back to regular scheduled programming. Oh, that's where the taxi driver came from. That story is so convoluted, so over the top, I question its validity. That was probably created so that she could ask for stuff for her daughter so she could get even more stuff. That story is so convoluted, so complicated, with so many new characters added to it, I don't believe it. You're a taxi driver for real? Definitely a money grab. Well, guys, I have kept you over on your days off. Y'all had to get up early and stay late. I want to show a couple. I know Guardians of Valor wants to come up. Is that you? Oh, wait. Hold on.
Hi, Miss Digital.
Hi, how are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you for all that you're doing and bringing more light onto Miss Sheena here.
Oh, yes.
What I wanted to point out that a lot of people don't know is this isn't the first rodeo with her daughter. When she first started school, they had they asked for snacks to get stuff for her dorm, get stuff for this, get stuff for that. And I called it yesterday. I knew Sheena's phone is off. She is only using Wi-Fi. Her phone is off. Their phones are off. They cannot pay their phone bill, but yet she is buying hundreds of dollars off a TikTok shop.
Yes.
What else? And oh my God, and then using her daughter last night on live to get gifts on battling with James was a very disgusting thing.
Agree.
I just posted a video where Donnie's getting sick of her crap. Donnie's getting sick of it all. I'm going through the videos from last night. There was a lot said. I'm trying to Yeah. The daughter made a wish list. I didn't know that.
Of course she did. And Sheena's gonna promote it like she does her fragments.
Yeah, so I called her in two lies. She said that her rent was due the other day. She's like, my rent is due today. It was like a couple days ago. And then all of a sudden last night, she's like, yeah, we need to pay rent.
Right.
So which is it? And why are you buying all this TikTok stuff? Because that stuff is not cheap. The
Nope.
shipping on TikTok stuff is not cheap. Why aren't you managing your money to help your kids or to buy groceries? Make that man a meal when he comes home from work. You're buying spoons, you're buying teas, you're buying $30, $40 shoes. You're door dashing. I have seen receipts, Miss Digital, by my eyes. The people that door dash her food, it's almost $35 a DoorDash.
Really?
It's almost $35 for her to DoorDash her food. Her son, and then last night, I don't know if y'all heard it, they were going to Burger King. I've got video where she's like, I just want a rodeo burger. And then they're like, we don't have it. She's like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm just not going to eat a burger. Girl, go make you a grilled cheese sandwich. Go make some toast.
Right. Right. People are already putting groceries in there. Eat the groceries that people are putting in there. But again, she has a warped sense because she feels like, well, they're going to just keep sending. So we can spend it all today because they keep sending.
Exactly. And I want to bring that point up, Stephanie. They can't eat. They're always hungry, but let's feed our dog a New York strip steak.
Yeah.
Make that make sense, Miss Digital.
Correct. And to add to that, what Judge said last night, she wants to come on and cry about how she had to put her dog down. If you might have gotten the dog some care when it first started, we might not be there. But you want to cry about it now.
Exactly. She had dental work paid for.
What?
I didn't know about the dental work.
It's never ending. And because she does most of this off the app, we don't know.
Sheena's in here? Hi, Sheena. Good morning.
Sheena!
Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day, Sheena.
Why don't you come in, my dear? Come in the box.
I will drop down, Miss Digital. I will drop down.
In your live. Why don't you get in the box? I saw that fake football head. Give me a second. I was about to let you in, and then I heard Sheena was here. You are a Billy Badass in your live. Come in the box. Let's talk. Let's talk about how you're treating the people who give you money. How disrespectful you are.
Oh my
goodness. How you lie to get what you want. I have no problem. You and I have already had a conversation. We can have another one. Box up. Or are you just here so you can hear a couple of things that I say so that you can run back to your chat and cry that we're bullying you?
This isn't bullying. Literally, we post everything you say, Sheena. Everything you're saying. One thing that is coming out of is not a lie. You put everything out here on Front Street for us. The way that you speak to your chat is disgusting. The way that you speak to these ladies and these gentlemen in your chat is gross. It's so... never mind. I'm going to be quiet.
Hold on. Let me... MLA request. I have fake football asked first.
I could go down if you need me to.
No, you're okay.
So the thing with the teeth is, during paparazzi, she would be on a live, because I've been following her for years. She would be on a live and she would break a tooth, or a tooth would fall out, or she had a toothache. So these ladies all went in and got enough money together to pay for her to get new dentures. She got the money and did not buy dentures with it. And these ladies still support her.
She is the talk of Maine. I have heard that. I've had many people message me saying that she doesn't go many places because she is not liked around town.
No, she's
Yeah,
not.
she doesn't like anybody. But they got dentures are not cheap.
Nope.
That is over $1,000 in one clip, and she didn't use it for that. Why am I not surprised?
I
Didn't
mean,
she
these
say something
ladies
recently about having a toothache?
and these ladies didn't question her, didn't call her out, just accepted that she spent that money on something else and still sit in there to this day from years ago and still support her. The lies that they have and the using that these ladies have been through, and they still continue to. I just don't get how some of them don't see it.
They need a Bob, a battery operated boyfriend, and you can get a plastic girl as well. They are actually becoming more human like. They talk to you and everything. You could own one with the money you sent to Sheena.
Right.
Hold on, let me let Emma lay up.
Well, and another thing that I had to say is what really got me is this grandma.
Good, hey, host. Hey, everybody on the panel. Hey, everybody
Girls'
in the chat.
clothes, bedding, blah blah blah. But they all went to her house.
Hold
I
on,
went to
Emma
his
lay
house
up.
yesterday
Go
for
ahead.
a barbecue.
Yep.
Does that make any sense?
No, I called her out. Why aren't you at the barbecue with this family you love so much? Well, I'm going to cherish my time alone. What? Go get some free food, ma'am. I'm sorry. MLA,
She's home
please.
alone all the time.
Go ahead.
You know what? I am so tired of every one of these beggars get on here and say the awareness group is bullying them. Well, you know what?
Yep.
If you stay off social media, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, we don't have to sit up here and talk about you. If you take your time out and go get on if you can sit on the internet on your cell phone, you can get on Indeed, McDonald's, KFC, whatever type of job, you can do an application. If you got that much sense in asking people for a penny, you have enough damn sense to do a application. You have enough sense to go in there. If you can lie to the people to get money, you can lie to the people to get a damn job.
That's right.
You are a miserable bastard to me. I don't care how you feel what I say, but this is how I'm gonna spit it out. Get your lazy soul off your soul and get a soul damn job. If we can get up and get up off our ankles and get a job, you know where I'm going at with this heifer. You need a damn job. Stop asking people. Get good insurance. Get some Medicaid. Get something and get your ass up and get a damn job, heifer. Have a good one, y'all.
Thank you. I love you.
So
Let me. Can
digital.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, digital. So the lady that stole her Star's clothes, her daughter's clothes, was her grandfather's girlfriend, where Star was living. That's where they went. That's the house they went to yesterday for a barbecue. Was back to his house, where all this girl's stuff was stolen.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
But
what?
can I just circle real back on the job application thing? Let's not forget that she had her chat help her fill out a job application online.
Be
I'm just
for
gonna leave it at
real.
that.
Be for real.
No, it was true. Who remembers that? Who remembers her chat?
She had a job interview the other day. She says when she got back, she says, I went to a job interview and they asked me how come I'm 40 years old and never had another job. And she says, I couldn't lie to them, but it was a cleaning job and it was a family-owned cleaning place, but they didn't hire her because she didn't have any work experience. It's a cleaning company.
The lies. You clean your house every day. The lies. Uh-oh. Here comes Doug. let me just tell you something. I think she probably didn't even go to the interview. She just said that she did and that they didn't hire her because remember, she claims that we're going to call and get her fired, which is why she can't do it. But guess what? If you don't want to get fired, don't tell us. And then you
Yep.
can't get fired.
Exactly. That's their that all of them.
Yeah.
Gabby, J. Paul, all of them. They're calling my work. Well, you're putting everything online, but ain't nobody calling their job.
No.
Ain't nobody. We trying to get y'all to work.
Right. Why would we call? Hey,
Her
Jack.
and her daughter could start a cleaning company. I mean, they could do. Oh, I'm sorry. She owes taxes. She can't do anything. Oops.
But her daughter could, and she could work for her daughter. Good morning,
And
Judge.
Good
So
morning.
do we know why the daughter is moving back and not in the dorms anymore? Do we know?
so the excuse was that the daughter's friend quit school, so she would be there by herself, and she didn't want to be at school by herself, so she moved in with her grandfather.
But why is she moving back in with them? Because that is not a conducive environment for
She
somebody
doesn't
trying to
feel
do well in school.
she doesn't feel comfortable at the grandfather's house now because her clothes were stolen.
In the
And her,
in the house with the
Daddy sleeping
grandfather. You know what? I'm done.
But I
I'm
have the
done.
clip digital where she says this is also a grandfather that none of them know, none of them have a relationship with. And also the wish list was introduced as this was a part of a trauma for her grown child. Yet her grown child went to this same house yesterday to eat food with a man that she don't know, who she just got her clothes stolen from by his girlfriend, while her and the grandmother left the home to go to the camper on the premises while the grandfather had alone time with the girlfriend.
That
Wait
part,
a minute.
Judge.
Wait
That
a
part, Miss
minute.
Judge. That part, Miss
And
Judge.
wait a minute. Grandfather has a whole wife and a whole girlfriend, and the wife
Yes,
that's the grandfather. I'm done.
Yes.
I have
and
the
I'm
ex-wife.
done.
I have the video up.
This
You're
Of
gonna
what?
really
honestly,
sounds
if it's
like
okay with digital, you're gonna have to roll that because her IQ needs to be shrunk like mine. You have to play it.
And the girlfriend called a Uber, sat outside with all this stuff, loaded in a dresser, and then the Uber drove off with all this stuff. Come
Wait, no, no,
on.
no. The taxi helped that woman load it up. The plots and the plans, which I know that's pots and pans. Sorry. And also, why she needs a bed? Who is buying the grown child a bed? She also said that in this clip that she needed work shirts for the family, but then says that she doesn't have a job.
No, she just has an interview. I think this is a ploy because the girl didn't have any decent clothes for an interview, and this is a ploy to get decent clothes for an interview.
Well, and also in this clip, she said, I walked in this closet holding my flashlight, but I took everything that was of value and expensive. Well, how did you do that if everything was stolen?
right from the
And now
house
on
we lived in.
So let me get this straight. This 60-year-old girlfriend is going to steal panties instead of whatever was expensive?
from a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Right. Why do I want your underwear? That's disgusting.
But don't worry, she left you a onesie that your boyfriend got you.
And then was on a live in her car crying in pajamas, and everybody said, "Well, go DoorDash. You've done that before to make some money to get some clothes." And she said, "All I got is this pajama that I'm wearing," but had clothes to go on a date with her boyfriend that evening. Come on.
And to the barbecue. And you're right, Stephanie. This 60-year-old woman supposedly, allegedly also stole the Wi-Fi box.
And she has to start school on Tuesday.
And then they say this is a high-profile case with so many high charges, and in the same breath says she won't be charged because she's mentally ill.
Right.
And then when the cops were called, can't do anything till Tuesday because they're all on off for the weekend.
Well, then the
Right.
state troopers, of all people, who usually don't work burglaries.
Right. A state trooper.
Yeah.
And she's like, we can't get anybody else to work on it. We got to stay with him.
Yes, the state trooper who took the report is the only person that can go with you to retrieve other items. But you can go there yesterday without him to eat barbecue.
And all you have to do is show that you have a report from that state trooper, but they don't. Someone said to her, go in your closet. She says, I can go in my closet right now and show you it's empty. And someone said, go do it. And Sheena says, oh no, don't do that. because there's stuff in there. We would have seen it.
Well, according to Sheena in her live last night, the daughter got her clothes back. So I'm still confused why there's a wish list up with new clothes, new socks, new underwear, a bed, and all kinds of other stuff. You know, I was really thinking since Sheena bought a new 75-inch TV 2 weeks ago that they could just return that to supply for their grown child.
Did you hear why they had to buy a new TV?
Because Don and them broke it.
And then proceeded to take a bat and stuff in the living room and kick it in and beat it after they broke it.
Yes.
Oh, he broke his phone last night as well. Did y'all hear that?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yep, there was another, and their phones are off. Her phone is off. Like, they have no service right now.
Oh, my God.
But he broke his phone.
But she's getting all of this money.
She is. I mean, it was just like Regina, you know, and at some point you got to stop feeling bad for these people because clearly they come into our lives like Regina. Regina was in my live last night. Regina knows
mine as well.
Regina knows there's research. Regina knows she's being covered. Regina, you can't tell me that you got that much money to send somebody and you don't have no sense. You cannot convince me of that. But I will say this, Regina paid last weekend for Don to go on this work trip.
Yep.
And Don was only gone for 1 day, not 4 like Sheena said. And Don stayed at the same grandfather's house that the daughter got stolen from because that's his dad.
In a camper.
For free.
Yep.
I thought he had to stay in a hotel.
Exactly. That's how she got the money, Digital.
Else.
That's how she got the money, Digital. So if that money didn't go towards Don's recent stay this past week, why don't you take that money and go buy your child the shit she needs?
Because she thinks TikTok is going to buy everything.
And that's where it is.
Sheena, let me give you a piece of advice if you're still here. Stop while you're ahead. Because it's going to stop. And then you're going to be shocked. And wondering what happened. You are what happened. You are what happened. So stop while you're ahead. Because I'm not going to stop. Judge isn't going to stop. Fake isn't going to stop. Tina isn't going to stop until you stop. When you go away, we'll go away. Because guess what? There's going to be another you around the corner.
And I also want to point out, Sheena, that you said something very important 2 nights ago. You said a thief is a thief. And while the whole time we watch you standing at that washing machine, unloading the pockets of the 3 bodies in that house that bust their ass to make ends meet while you steal from them. So right, Sheena, a thief is a thief.
Wow. Wow. You're getting all this money from TikTok and you are still trying to see how much money you can get out of pockets? Are you going through the couch too? Like, ma'am.
Well, she's not going through the couch. Vicky is, which is the vacuum cleaner that TikTok bought her. And she slaps that thing on top of that couch and you can hear it. Like, listen, when I tell y'all it sounds like a 2 o'clock in the morning taco night for me, it does. Because it's like... And then she wants to blame everybody for the rug in the living room being torn up when I watched how she abused Vicky cleaning it. Justice for Vicky.
Wow.
So Dom was missing one of the boys that lives in the house and works was missing $100, and he said, "I know it was in my pants pocket," and she claims she never found it. Bull. So she stole $100 from this boy, who pays what, $5.50 to live there the way it is now.
He does, and has to cover his own food. Are we going to even address that a few months back, Dawn had to go into that hamster room, guinea pig, whatever the hell she got in that 2x2 cage with no will in it, and ask for a drink?
What?
Yes, these are men who go to work.
So she is just taking advantage of people every which way to Sunday.
I also know that Regina her husband passed away and left her quite a bit of money. And his kids are not happy with the money that Regina is spending on Sheena.
It isn't even her money. I
Nope.
mean, technically it is, but it's not anything she earned. That's why she's so fit free with it. Because she didn't
My,
have to
under-
work to get it.
my understanding, the money that was left to her was supposed to go to fixing the house that this man owned that she is living in.
And she's sending it to a whole nother listen, if you need a friend, come talk to Digital. I'll help you out. And I won't charge you nearly as much. Like, what is wrong with these people?
Well, you got to look at it from last night, DD. She was going off on everybody for being pathetic. We're broke because we're not filling up the gift gallery. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. And in the same breath, Regina walks in and her whole mood changed. Hey, Regina. Hey, friend. Um, yeah, we had to put a wish list up. Well, I wonder why Regina's not typing anything. I seen you come in. Oh yeah, I forgot. Regina, how are you feeling? Because Regina just had surgery.
Right. But she forgot her good friend that she cares so much about.
Yes.
Why you didn't reach out to Regina and ask her how she was doing? Why
Because
she has to
that
come
phone
to
off.
your live?
That phone turned off.
Oh.
Regina didn't pay the bill because the grandfather's girlfriend stole the Wi-Fi box.
Let me just tell you something. She could have sent her a message in the DMs on TikTok.
She sure could have, but Sheena don't think about anybody but herself, so why would she do that?
Correct.
That would take brain activity. And it's like I told her when I was in her box last night. The wheel is spinning and the hamster is unalived. I meant that.
Of course she mentioned a gift. Good morning. Miss Porter, did you mean to come up? I guess not. Okay. Try to give everybody a shot.
Oh, I want you to know I text BS to let her know she was in a box and she had no clue.
Hey, sweet sassy.
Hey again. I just want to bring up something. I noticed a couple of people had tagged a person that's in the chat. This person was in a scammers live trying to get a mod position, and if you want to be a mod, don't use your big account if you're gonna mod for a scammer, because it don't look good on awareness. Go in on a troll account.
Oh, he's here? I didn't even see him come in. Hi, honey.
I just
Yeah,
don't.
don't do that.
I just don't understand why. I'm not calling out the person. I just noticed it in the chat, but I just don't get why you'd go in on your a main account. Go in where nobody knows who you are. If you can do that, it just makes no sense.
No, it does not. But you know, people like to do things for attention.
Yeah, but if they're truly supposed to be helping out awareness, which I don't know if they are or not, because the name don't look familiar to me, but it just looks bad when they said they was trying to do it to help. No, I feel like there's something else.
I get it. That doesn't look great.
But I will not say the name. I'll be
Yeah, don't worry about it.
respectful.
They
I
know who
honestly
you
don't
talking
think
to.
anybody has the right, just the audacity to call out scammers with their payment apps in their bios.
That part.
I'm just going to put that out there because that's cringe.
Yeah, I've never had any of that.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you, Dee Dee, for letting me up. I do have an appointment I have to go get ready for.
Okay, honey.
And
Thank you.
I wanted to help out. And T Nook, she does a lot of coverage on Sheena. Thank you, T Nook, for that.
You're welcome. Thank you guys.
And thank you for keeping it true awareness. You know, it's very hard to explain to some of these scammers and beggars that awareness is not bullying.
Correct. Especially when I'm telling the truth.
Exactly.
And I'm using your
The
own
truth is not
words.
bullying.
And I'm using your own words against you. I know, right? It is definitely time for me to take a nap, and I'm still going.
Thank you for having me up, and thank you
Thank
guys
you,
for what you
thank
do.
you, thank
She
you.
also claims that she doesn't dox people. She doesn't. Well, but I was doxed in the box last night by one of her mods. My real name was given out over a live.
I'm so sorry. That is
So
so unacceptable.
she's a liar.
And one of her mods last night admitted to, I'm guessing, she has a family member that are getting IP addresses.
Oh, come on, baby.
I got that recorded. So just to put that out there, Miss Christie, I don't know why you're going to a family member that's supposedly a cop, because I'm sure that wouldn't look nice on his record.
It's her ex-husband who was an ex-cop who now is a preacher.
Oh, that doesn't
Oh.
give the child support that she put out there. She made it known that she doesn't get child support for her kids, but
But she can use him to come check IP addresses. Girl, go get your child support. Go handle your business.
Exactly.
Right, Amy. If they get caught using information for personal use, it is not acceptable. It is.
So,
It is
and we all
juvenile
know that
behavior.
Sheena is doing this on the back end. I've gotten so many messages on what Sheena actually does, and it's disgusting. Like, don't buy nothing from her. Don't give her one piece of information, because she will have all your information. So that's my last thing. Just watch who you give money to, and don't give your information out.
Correct. Because once they have it, they have it. Well, I appreciate y'all coming up and spending time.
Thank you.
Get out of here because I have to play action. They asking if you want to be a guest. Anyway, yep. Don't give anybody any money on this app. Find somebody locally. I bet you have a family member that would like a gift. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you sticking with me. Oh, Guardians, are you still here? Right. This app is not a bank or an ATM. Well, I'll catch up with him on Wednesday because I'm tired. I'm really ready to take a nap and I got stuff to do. Thank you, Harley. But what makes the live great is you guys. I just share the information, but the back and the forth, the sharing of the information, the collaboration is amazing. And I love it. That's right, Sherry. Christmas is coming. Thanksgiving is coming. Halloween is coming. Be on alert because there's going to be a lot of people with kids on here looking for money. Oh, Kels. I don't think that was I think that was maybe somebody liking the live. So, please make sure you hug your loved ones because tomorrow is not promised. Please do a minute of self-care. If it can't be 15, 10, 5, do 1. I am going to post the information about that self-care wheel and the other form that I created when you need help letting something go. And I will see everybody in the streets or on Wednesday morning 6:30 a.m. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And have a wonderful day. Take a nap because I'm about to. I'm out.